昨天杨教授的发言太好了，杨教授的致辞感觉是最好的。
没有啊，都是靠你们帮忙的。
没有，你这个真是不一样的，你讲的最好。一般来说，这个领导讲话呢，就可能准备的比较多，我们的发言就是随意，感觉更好，更亲切一点，是吧？更好。不过杨教授的发言是既讲领导的风范，又接近民众，讲的太好了。当时我一听，哎呦，我这个讲话不行，我不会讲的，但是杨教授的就很好了。
那我觉得您有那么多的英语来宾，所以我一下子也加了几句英语的话。
对，相当好了，相当好了。
以便他们晓得，他们提倡这个对我们本省的人们是很有帮忙和益处。
是的，因为昨天的话有省议员来了，应该是9个吧？
对呀，
创造了记录，几乎省议员都来了，出去吃饭。因为这个省议员的话也不是太多嘛，来了9个，我估计应该差不多了啊，应该差不多了，这也体现省政府对这个中医啊、中西结合的支持和帮助的。
对呀，所以要提醒他们呢，他们帮忙到，那对我们本省的民间有很好的益处啊。
是的，因为这样的话，就是在这个西方社会，在说英语的国家，光用这个中文的话是不合适的，所以说这种就比较合适了。因为省议员或者这些各级领导、3级政要啊，他们听到中医的声音，听到中西结合的声音，相当高兴，因为对。
那李教授，您昨天有没有足够的休息啊？那么辛苦。
昨天实话实说是没有真休息的，因为这些讲员来自于世界各地嘛，时差的问题，我得看看材料啦，看看这个排的情况啦，提醒他们一下啦，怎么样？弄来弄去，时间就没了。
对，好辛苦啊。
领导要材料啦，再就是那个材料表必须准备一些材料，让大家看看啦，等等。还有这个和省政府的回应啦，弄来弄去就完了，时间。我本来我想到这个昨天开幕式就轻松一下，实际上哎呦，他们一看我们呢就是组织的比较得力，都给我发来了不同的祝贺，我就回应一下。这回应一下不要紧，每个人都回复一次，一个1秒钟，我一个对吧？一个几分钟那就坏了啊，那时间就没了啊，几个小时下来的。
对。
杨教授和你汇报交流一点那个好的情况。美国中医针灸联盟的主席刘梅长，他到7月31号来参加我们的文化周的义诊活动。对，这比较好的，因为美国针灸界的话是以这个刘梅长博士为主，搞了一个去那个国会山庄做了义诊。这影响力比较大的，他动员了200多个国会议员，争取这个针灸立法和这个针灸的要用这个，就是那个医疗保险了，争取这个一种中医界的一种权利嘛，就直接走向这个保险系统。这当然比较难了，现在正做着，但是他这种决心让我很佩服，相当佩服的，因为每次做了大量的义工工作也相当难的，相当辛苦的。他看着我们搞的也可以了，就说主动的和我提出来。昨天晚上又给我打了电话，说非得过来看看。我说也好，过来指导工作也好的。说就定下来了，到7月31号，他就之前过来，7月30号、7月29号应该是到了以后，但是我说我没有时间陪你了，我说我可能我有点忙，或者我又离不开，说我们的老朋友就不用客气了。
可是他们过境过来做义诊的话，那你也要注意关于那个医疗方面的那个行医保险啊。
他不是做的，就是过来看一看。
看就
过来加加油、助助阵、拍几张照片宣传、推广中医嘛。我不可能让他动针的，也不可能动药的，因为这边的法律规定，没有这个保险或者没有这个叫加拿大的行医执照的话，在当地是不能看诊的，也不能这个动针，也不能开药。
是啊，
对，因为这点很严格了，我们要求义诊的人员必须是当地的中医师。即使中国有了执照，在这边也不能行医的，这是法律规定的。昨天晚上我2点半又在我一个义诊群当中发布一个消息，强调这一点，就是说义诊的所有人员必须持有加拿大的中医或者西医的牌照才可以的，因为是中西医结合嘛，西医也必须有牌的，不是中国的大夫过来都可以做的，不行的，因为这边要求法律规定是很严的，这个不行的。昨天我有提醒大家，这个一定，因为那人多嘛，因为我们的义诊的人员40多，可能将近50了，我也不可能一查这个执照，也不是我的工作。但是我相信大家的诚信度都会有执照，那必须发个通知了，是吧？那个法律规定就是你说的就是真理，你说的就是我们信任放在第一，这样的。
对，是当事人的责任。
对，当事人的责任，因为我说了，这个是再出现事故或者怎么样，我们组委会不承担任何责任，是吧？
您辛苦了，您办得很成功，全世界都得到很好的益处。
相当感谢杨教授在百忙之中为我们送来了一个中西结合的学术大餐。那么下面有请史蒂文中医师为今天的英文演讲做一个高水平的主持，我们热烈欢迎史蒂文中医师上场。谢谢，我就退场了，谢谢大家。
谢谢李教授。Welcome to the second day of 2022 World TCM and Acupuncture Week. My name is Steve Wu from British Columbia, Canada. Together with Professor Ronggang Li, both of us will be hosting today's presentation sessions. We have 4 scheduled today. To start off, our first speaker of the day, Dr. Kwang Yang from British Columbia, Canada. Dr. Yang's presentation topic is to explore the differences between traditional Chinese medicine and Western medicine. Please welcome Dr. Yang.
Good day, everybody, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Kwang Yang. I'm the doctor in BC, Canada. Today, I would like to share with you some of my experience about the differences between traditional Chinese medicine and Western medicine. As we know, traditional Chinese medicine, TCM, is not very familiar to the Western world up to this very moment. In Western world, even though traditional Chinese medicine has been popular for a long time, but still is quite unfamiliar to many people. Once in a while in Western communities, we saw and we heard many people coming out of cupping, Moxibustion, herbal remedies, tuina, or acupuncture, movement and concentration exercises such as Tai Chi or meditation, and swear for their effectiveness. I wonder whether you can see my screen. I hope that you can see my screen because so many words sometimes difficult to catch all the content. TCM indeed is an ancient system of health and wellness that has been used in China for thousands of years and well documented in the Yellow Emperor's Canon of Internal Medicine. Many of the statements in the Canon of Internal Medicine are still true and accurate up to this date. For example, the eyes are the windows open to appreciate the nature of the universe, and the eyes are nourished by the liver. In fact, it is still true and accurate up to today. If liver function impaired, the eyes will show jaundice most of the time. So it's still quite true up to today. So we can wonder, for 3,000 years ago, this canon of internal medicine described the symptoms and signs of the liver impairment, still so true up to today. It's amazing. The liver supplies the nutrients, vitamins to nourish the eyes. 1,000 years ago, the Yellow Emperor's Canon of Internal Medicine had already known the causes and the effects. However, they do not know why. Only from their experience, they know the causes and the effect, but why it causes like that, only up to our current medicine, we can know the mechanism of jaundice and others. TCM, as a rule, looks at your body and mind as entire well-being. So TCM is not treat only part of the body or part of disease, always regards our body and mind as an entire well-being. TCM focuses on the body's overall responses to treatment and recognizes the body as one interconnected biosystem. With this in mind, we can make more informed choices to improve one's health, and it is more emphasized on the experience base. So TCM is based on 1,000 years of experience. What is really TCM? TCM, as we know, China is a nation composed of many ethnic groups, many with their own subcultures, history, beliefs, superstition. Therefore, there are two concepts. TCM mainly from Han people, but TCM is widely known and used by all Chinese ethnic group, up to 56 to even 60 ethnic groups. TCM, whenever we encounter TCM, we face to TCM, we need to have in our own mind what is about TCM really. It is the practice and knowledge and experience in agreement with current Western medicine. That's what we aim. We hope that it can be concurrently the same for East and West medicine. The knowledge and practice that may be valuable to mankind, we have to keep it dearly for the benefit of all mankind. However, in TCM practice, up to current time may not be appropriate at this modern time, should be carefully evaluated or modified or discarded. That's what we need to keep in mind about TCM the best, we keep it for good. And the one with questions, we need to explore it, to modify it, and then we can refine it and use it. The base theory of TCM is practical principle originally does not base on science and evidences in our 5,000 years ago. Instead, it's mainly based on experience and thousands of years experience. Its practice is based on mainly energy in the body. We emphasize energy in the body is the main point for TCM. Its goal is to balance the energy in the body, to generate or change it to be a harmonious flow of energy in the body. This flow of energy is what we call qi energy. It is an endogenous energy. The healer or practitioner aims to make this qi energy into a harmonious state in the body in order to keep our health in the body and in our mind. Is there qi energy? How to prove it? How can we prove there is qi energy in the body? As I mentioned earlier, the practitioner will inquire the patient, look at the patient, inspection, smell the odor that evaporated or released from the patient's body, olfaction, and then will palpate the pulses. The practitioner will compile all these findings and with his or her own experience will then diagnose the patient's illness. So this is the usual step for a TCM practitioner to go through all this process in order to come out a diagnosis, to know the problem of the patient, and then our aim is to balance that energy in the body to make our body and mind peacefully and healthy. The main purpose to check the pulses is to know the strength, the rate, the vitality, and rhythm of the qi energy from palpating the pulses. As we know, each wrist has 6 pulses. So both wrists have 12 pulses to represent, to reveal our 12 systems or organs in our body. When we feel about the pulses, we know that which system is in a high energy, which system is low energy. We can use then the tonification or detonification method to balance the energy in our body. What is qi energy again? Which is the energy running in the body to maintain life. The energy is produced from the blood traveling through the blood vessels in the body. As we know, in our nature, in our world, we have also all the different weather, rain or sunny, or wind, the western wind, the eastern wind, and the ocean current. All this. Did we really have a good thinking about why in nature we have all these different things? Finally come up. All these are the necessity to keep our nature, our earth in a vital state. The same as the chi energy running in the body through all the blood vessels and the lymphatic systems, the different cavities in the body. All this, their main purpose is to keep vital, to keep life in our body and mind as a whole. And then now, we feel the pulses, we know there's the energy in the body. But how to prove that chi energy really exists in the body by an objective way, not subjective way by our feeling. And the objective way for all many scientists have numerous ways to detect and prove the existence of energy in the body by different meters, electrical meters and others, or even by fluorescence, to take the pictures of the flow of energy in the body by the Russian scientists at one time. Or we can use the MRI and computer to prove the flow of blood, the flow of lymphatic system, the flow of fluid in the body, to prove that all this circulation result in a chi energy to maintain life. However, from many years of practicing medicine, I think the simple and easiest way to prove that chi energy objectively, but not subjectively, exists in our body is to use the Einstein equation. That is once for all that to prove chi energy really exists. So the Einstein equation E equal to mc squared. E is the energy equal to mass. The mass now in this equation is the mass of the blood in our body. C2 is the velocity of the blood traveling in the body. In that case, objectively, we can prove that chi energy really exists in our body by this famous equation invented by Einstein. With this equation, once for all, evidence the existence of chi energy in our body. During the doctor and patient encounters, inquire the patient, look at patient inspection, inquire the patient's question, smell the odor from the patient olfaction, palpating the pulses. All these 4 steps, with the experience, our traditional Chinese medical doctors then can find out the problems and come to a diagnosis conclusion, and then will treat accordingly by their experiences. Treatment plans. The doctor then, as I mentioned, incorporates all this obtained data from the above 4 steps and practice these obtained data according to the principles of yin and yang and the law of 5 elements to treat the patient. So why that all these principles and law come out the same as in physiology, in mathematics, in physics? We all have the equation, we all have the formula to solve a problem. In our traditional Chinese medicine, 1,000 years ago, our ancestors, with their experience, they come out these principles of yin and yang because they believe that we are the microcosm of the nature. Therefore, they come out this principles of yin and yang. They know in the nature, they're always in contrast. Black and white, daytime, nighttime, cold and hot. All this nature phenomenon. With that, with our Chinese culture, Chinese philosophy, they then can figure out a formula, a principle for us to follow for seeing and treating our patients. There will be a principle, a format for us to follow. And the law of 5 elements do the same. They believe we are the microcosm of the universe. So we are all made by these 5 elements. What are these 5 elements? Obviously, all of you know about that. And I will reiterate again more in detail in the next few slides. The principles of yin and yang and the law of 5 elements and the circadian rhythms, physical, mental, behavioral changes that follow a 24-hour circadian clock. This also the phenomenon of nature. We are divided into 24 hours. And from the experience, they will know that which system will be more active or activate between what hours. Why that our nature or our body has this 24-hour circadian clock, let's say about our body, because we have all the different system and organ in the body. And we need to have some certain time to have a good rest about that system in order to revitalize our system and organs, in order for the cells of that organs or system has a good rest, metabolize and refresh again to keep us with the strength, with good health. So that's why in nature, there indeed has a 24-hour circadian clock. So all this is fit to the phenomenon of nature of the universe. This natural process responds primarily to light and dark and affect most living things. The biological clocks, the seasons, and months of years, all this related closely with each individual. And the doctor has to compile and incorporate all this information to formulate the best regimen of treatments for the patients with the healer's experiences. Due to the time restraint, we will discuss the above in detail in another occasion if we have an opportunity. Yeah, why acupuncture is based on the principle of yin and yang and the law of 5 elements, I already mentioned. Everything on earth, if we need to resolve from the accumulation of years of experience, all this experience will come out a formula, an equation, or a format with their experience to follow, and then can solve the problems in medicine, especially in traditional Chinese medicine. We have over 5,000 years of experience. And with all these years of accumulation of experiences, and with the Chinese philosophy, they come out this principle of yin and yang and the law of 5 elements. These 5 elements represent the metal, the water, the wood, the fire, and the earth. So just for all our audience, just right in front of your eye, you can see everything indeed really made by these 5 elements, nothing else. So the Chinese philosophy and experience is so tremendous. Just with their experience, they can come out these 5 elements to simplify all the things on earth that we can use, we can see, we can feel every day. So for these 5 elements, the metal, the water, the wood, the fire, and the earth, and with their experience and with the Chinese philosophy thinking, they can classify or subgroup the metal belong to which organ or system of body, and the water, the wood, the fire, the earth, the same. And from the pulses, they will know that which part of a body system is weak in energy or too much strength in energy in that part of the body. And then they can use different way of treatments, herbal, acupuncture, or Moxibustion to tonification that system or detonification of that system in order to make the whole system in a harmonious state. So in the traditional Chinese medicine, we emphasize so much on the energy. Is the real aim is to balance this energy. So that's why that we need to know well about our system and organs in the body. We need to know which system or organs is weak in energy. We can transfer, such as the metal can transfer the energy to the water easily, and then from all this circle. Or we can detonification. For example, the metal is too strong, too much energy. We can transfer the energy to the wood, vice versa. We can do that. The theory of 5 elements. The theory of 5 elements was developed on the basis of the theory of elements, the law of contagion, and the law of similarity, which were prevalent in that area, in that period of time, such as the pig's liver. If we eat the pig's liver, is a contagion or similarity to the liver of our body. So it will nourish our liver system like that. With their experience, they come out this way of contagion and the law of similarity. But nowadays, with our modern Western medicine, we know well about the embryonic development of our human beings. Sometimes the embryonic tissue in the embryos can develop into different systems and organs. And because it developed from the same tissue in the embryo, So all these two systems are really contagion and with some similarity. That is the kind of theory of the 5 elements that they come out from their experience, but at the time, they will only limit to explain in the traditional Chinese medicine. But now, if we use the Western medicine, Western anatomy, Western embryology, and then we know all this contagion and the law of similarity. So, for thousands of years, we believe human being is the microcosm of the universe. And in nature, they have day and night. They have high tide and low tide in the ocean. They have different current in the ocean and different wind and rain and sunshine. This is the nature, and human beings is the microcosm. We also will be affected by the nature, by the different phenomenon of the nature. Such as here, they did mention that, for example, that at the 2 o'clock in the morning, it by nature, it usually will help you to have a deep sleep. Why we need to have sleep in the nighttime? As we all know, in traditional Chinese medicine, we need to have a good rest to reserve energy. In Western medicine, is that we have a good rest for the cells. For the cells in our system, in our body, have a good rest to metabolize, to revitalize, to refresh us again. In that case, we can keep good health. So that's why that the circadian cycle is so important. And from this cycle, we also notice we are very alert. Early in the morning, at 10 o'clock is our best time to work or to start to study. That's why that we all start our work as usual in the office at 9 or 10 o'clock. That's the time that we can function the best, just by the nature cycle of the circadian time. And as we noticed, in the nighttime, usually after 7 o'clock to 3 or 4 o'clock in the morning, rarely, not too many people really, need to go to the bathroom for bowel movement, because that's the time our GI system, our intestinal system are in the inactivate state. However, when you get up in the morning, usually between 5 to 7 o'clock in the morning, by nature, because our body responds to the day and time of the nature, the circadian cycle. So that's the time that our bowel, our large intestine will be activated, will be more active. So that's why more people will have their bowel movement usually between 5 to 8 o'clock in the morning. This is the purpose, and this the main aim, why we have this circadian cycle according to nature, as we are the microcosm of the universe. Circadian rhythms are physical, mental, and behavioral changes that follow a 24-hour cycle, as you can see here. So our lungs function the most between 3 to 5 a.m. That's the time we do a lot of breathing exchange in order to inhale in the oxygen to maintain good health. And the large intestine, as I mentioned, many of the people have a bowel movement between 5 to 7 o'clock in the morning. That is also corresponding to the circadian rhythm. And that's also proof that we are also one of the microcosms of the universe. We follow the cycle, the circadian cycle of the nature. The microcosm of the little world of humans recapitulates or mirrors the greater world of the microcosm. That's why that we are so related with the circadian cycle. The blood, qi, lymph, nerve impulses, cerebral fluid, etc. of the body circulates just as the substances and energy of the earth circulate as rain, ocean currents, rivers, wind, weather, seasons, day and night on others. We're all corresponding to each other. So, as human beings, we have to live as the nature lives, we can say. Therefore, we cannot do anything too much against the nature. That will result in the imbalance of the energy in our body, and that can possibly cause the disease in our body. The body absorbs energy from the cosmos. So, just as the earth does. So our human body really, day and night, are affected by the nature, by the circadian cycle. So we absorb the energy from the cosmos, just as the earth does. For example, if we're under the sun, we absorb the sun, and then the liver will help to produce the vitamin D and others to keep us in a good health. So as the earth does also, and thus energies of the sun, planets, the other heavenly body, they also need to have a certain energy in the nature to keep the sun, the planets, and the heavenly body all circulate, all running in a harmonious state. The human body is formed from the energies of the cosmos. As I mentioned, under the sun, our body will produce vitamin D and others. And under the sun, we have the energy, we have the heat energy running through the body to maintain life. All the energies and forces that are present in the universe are present in our body because we are the microcosm of the universe. Whatever the universe has or represents, our body also corresponding in the same way. So now we're talking a lot about the traditional Chinese medicine and its philosophy is mainly reflect on our Chinese culture. And let's say in the recent traditional Chinese medicine, what have been achieved remarkably. We can also talk about that. So, in the traditional Chinese medicine, the role of the traditional Chinese medicine or Chinese herbal medicine is in an antivirus theory. And the antivirus method is usually considered interfering the protection of virus pathogenesis to achieve antivirus effect by different way to introduce the energy into our system, either by herbal medicine, by Moxibustion, by acupuncture, or even by massage, tuina, or Tai Chi, etc. Such as the virus proliferation, we have to suppress it and preventing the adhesion of the virus germ into susceptible host cells to prevent it into our body cells, promoting and also to promote the immune response. So our traditional medicine, our main purpose is to promote the immune response, suppressing the excessive abnormal inflammatory response and regulating the immune function of the body. These antiviral effects are often referred to as detoxification or resolving toxins in the theory of TCM. In TCM, it shows antiviral effect and also usually anti-parasitic effect. In the 4th century Jin dynasty, the healers at the time noted sweet wormwood, that's Artemisia annua, Artemisia annua, ANNUA, for treating patients with fever. And they then also noticed that in our current days, this herb or this plant will also decrease the parasite count in the body. That's why that a Chinese doctor, Youtu, Youtu, refined Artemisia annua, Artemisa annua, and synthesized into dihydroartemisinin, dihydroartemisinin. It synthesized into this dihydroartemisinin and is found to be very effective for treating and get rid of malaria. And Dr. Youtu, in the years 2015, won the Nobel Prize. So this is the high time of the traditional Chinese medicine. And we can prove that traditional Chinese medicine, if we use it right with our long experiences, it will have a striking result. It will be a definite, strong influence in the medical practice. And then now we come into talk about what is Western medicine. It's a medical system in which medical doctors and other healthcare professionals, such as nurses, pharmacists, and therapists, treat symptoms and disease using drugs, surgery, radiation, physiotherapy, massage therapy, psychotherapy, immunological therapy, etc. Allopathic medicine. Allopathic medicine can be simple to understand. Is confrontal medicine. Confrontal. We only treat the disease itself, not the body and mind as a whole. It's a confrontal medicine, allopathic medicine. Western medicine mainly treats the disease, but not for the body and mind as a whole as usual. Western medicine evolved in ancient Greece in 400 BC. Hippocrates focuses mainly on treating diseases, so only to the disease, to the part of the body, not the body and mind as a whole. It's more systemic and evidence-based. It relies on logical induction. It focuses on eliminating symptoms, and most of the time, Western medicine provides diagnosis through lab tests and through the process of differential diagnosis. So Western medicine, why is so popular and advanced in our current time, is that because we have the health, the existence of different high-tech, MRI, CT scan, fluorescence scan, angiogram, and catheterization, all these advanced things that traditional Chinese medicine did not have at that time. So that's why Western medicine can suddenly advance in the last 100 or 200 years because of all this advancement. Therefore, for the traditional medical practitioners, we also need to have this in mind. We have to invent and advance our traditional Chinese medical system. We have to find a way that can have an objective way of diagnosis a disease by the traditional Chinese medical practice. An objective way, because up to the present time, I can say that almost at least 70% of the diagnosis of the disease by traditional Chinese practitioners is by experience. No any objective way to help to confirm the diagnosis. So this is one of the direction we need to keep in mind, that how to make it more modernized and refine the way of practicing traditional Chinese medicine. Western medicine evolved in ancient Greece in 400 BC, as I mentioned. This repeat. Western medicine presently is aware that acupuncture has the neural hormone change from the gate theory, the chemical change in the body during the acupuncture treatments. So there are a lot of chemical change in the body during the acupuncture treatment, such as the main thing is endorphin. Endorphin is to stimulate the brain to produce the morphine in our body, to increase the morphine level. That's what we call endorphin. It's endogenous morphine. That's why during the acupuncture treatment, you can see the patient's body full of needles, but they may sleep deeply, snoring, because the sedation effect from the endomorphin, the endogenous morphine. And during the acupuncture treatment, we also find the chemical change in the blood, such as the CBC will be increased, especially the white cell count will increase. The immunoglobulin will be increased. The blood sugar will be increased. And the adrenaline will be increased. And therefore, that during the acupuncture treatment, it also has the inflammatory effect. It has the effect to relieve the inflammation in our body, and the white cell count, as we know, macrophages will try to eradicate or eat the virus or the bacteria in our body. It has the cyto effect, either the virus or bacterial cyto effect, because it increased the immunoglobulin. That is the immunological effect. And during the treatment, it also stimulates and produce some sugar, because the adrenaline in our body will be increased during the acupuncture treatment. And when adrenaline increase, will increase the alertness in our body, in our mind. So because the alertness will increase the activities, and on the other hand, the activities increase will also consume more sugar in the body. So that's why it balances our body's sugar in a harmonious state. So all this has some related effect. Moxibustion itself has similar effect as acupuncture. But on top of that, the smell from the Moxibustion, the study also shows, has also many beneficial effects, such as the cyto effect of the virus and the bacteria, and also stimulate our body or the energy in our body to keep it in a harmonious state. Yeah, so the TC acupuncture, as I mentioned, in the modern days, we can prove is so beneficial to our body, as I just mentioned. It's based on the belief the treatment resulting in harmonious qi energy in the body. It induces a natural healing process in the body and the mind as a whole, such as it will create all the different findings that I just mentioned, the chemical change, the humoral change, the neural change, and also the immunological change in our body. And this has been well documented. The significance of contribution of Western medicine. Western medicine equals as conventional medicine. The most important development in the history of medicine, even with the traditional China medicine and the Western medicine together, is germ theory inventor. Germ theory inventor, which is one of the most significant contributions by Western medicine and still widely used up to today. Because as we know, for a patient come in with a lung infection, a pneumonia, even though there's some reports that traditional Chinese medicine, herbal medicine can help to improve and cure this pneumonia diseases, but seems to be is not so commonly or popular, widely known in the world. It may have its good effect, but it also has not responded dramatically as in Western medicine. Western medicine, it has antibiotics. As I say, Western medicine is confrontational or allopathic. It's against the germs. So the antibiotics is the anti there. It's anti the germs, can kill the germs, and the patient recover from pneumonia dramatically well and fast and rapid. Traditional Chinese medicine is in an insidious way to help to build up the resistance, the immunological response in the body. However, the Western medicine approach is allopathic, confrontational, to confront the germs and kill the germs. So that's why this germ theory inventor is so important in the medical practice. Besides that, since Western medicine also well equipped with immunological theory in the anti-tumor theory to treat some of the tumor or cancer with very good results, and surgical removal of the diseased part of the body, or cellular medicine and molecular medicine. All this development in Western medicine is very well known and very important in the medical practice. So, in conclusion, TCM is better in curing the root of the problem. It's usually follow a natural process, but usually a little bit slow in action. That's what we need to think about, a way that we can have a quick, better response by our treatment. That's we need all of your experts to help to develop in this field. And also, we need also to use all the advanced diagnostic measures to help to diagnose the diseases by the traditional Chinese medical practice. The lab tests and orders combined together. And who knows, if one day that can be achieved, the traditional Chinese medicine can be ranked at the top of the medical practice in the world. Medical medicine, as we already mentioned, is more powerful and is mainly associated with chemical treatments. is allopathic and confrontational treatments and surgical procedures is definitely a great contribution to mankind. So one day, if all our world will accept TCM and Western medicine together to help our patients, and that is the ideal medical practice world that we are looking for. And I am sure, I'm confident with all your traditional Chinese medical experts, this day will be very nearby. And this is my presentation today. And thank you so much for your time to listen to my lecturing. Thank you very much. And the best wishes to all of you, and keep safe and good health. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Yang. Thank you for your presentation. Our next speaker is Dr. Hong Fei Lin from Denver, United States. Her presentation topic is building a successful acupuncture business, reflecting on 32 years of practice. Please welcome Dr. Lin. Dr. Lin, you can share your presentation now.
Hello.
Hi,
Hello,
hi, Dr. Lin.
Do you see me?
Yes, I can.
Yes, thank you. Thank you very much. How I can put my slide? So I put my slides now.
You have a share screen in the bottom?
Yeah, share my screen. Okay. You cannot screen share, right? The other. Okay, so because they say other participate are sharing, so I cannot put my screen.
Okay, let me see.
Okay, now I can.
Okay.
Okay. Okay. Okay.
Yes, we can see you now.
No, that's the wrong one. Sorry.
Oh, okay.
Okay. Screen. Sorry, a little bit clumsy on my.
No problem.
Okay. Here it is.
Okay. Yeah, please go ahead.
Is that clear? Okay. Thank you, Dr. Wu. Hello. 34 years ago, when I first came to United States, I would never imagine to be able to attend a teleconference like we have today. And this is very fascinating. And I feel myself coming to a new era of Chinese medicine. So thank you for the committee member. Thank you for the hosts. And I appreciate that you are inviting me. And today, just to share a little bit about me, my name is Hong Fei Lin. I was trained in China in both Western medicine and traditional Chinese medicine. I have practiced Chinese medicine. I've been practicing acupuncture and Chinese herbal medicine over 32 years in the United States. And I'm currently, we have a business location in upscale Cherry Creek, Denver, Colorado. And from the screen, you can see this is our center. And we have a very good reputation in Denver area. So after 32 years of practice and looking back, then I feel like that's a lot I can share with everyone and wish everyone can be success. And thinking about, like many of you, I really have a zero business sense. And coming from China, that we went through a cultural revolution in China that's we learned nothing about business. So coming into the United States, I'm just learning by doing it. And today I will be very happy to share with you what I have learned in the past 32 years. And if we, this is what I see about building a career of Chinese medicine. And many times we probably only focus one area or others. But if we put things together, I actually thinking there's a two category. So if we, and these two category is that one category I think is that it's like every one of us that we driving to become a popular acupuncturist. So that's why, and to become a popular acupuncturist, we have to have a good knowledge and a good skills. We have to master a good skills of acupuncture and also how to prescribe herb. And that is so, but that's not enough though. And I learned that I have to learning how to applying well to a patient. That means that when a patient, come in front of you and they present all of these symptoms and they are suffering to you, how will we able to instantly, make a very accurate diagnosis, and also we know how to perform a good acupuncture treatment. And this is like in Chinese we call like 技场发挥. And in English, they say that we need to perform improvisational performance. It's very, very important. That means like how we can digest our knowledge well and how to apply the knowledge well. It takes another ability. So, and I see that it's like two separate sets of skill. To learning is one set, but now how to applying it is another set. So if we be able to separate that and learning these two sets of skill, I think that will make us understand better how we can become a good clinician. And then since in the West, the requirement actually are quite high to being a popular acupuncturist. So in addition to what I mentioned earlier, those two points that be require that we have to have a professional image. We have to train how to present ourselves to the patient. And we also need to learn how to have a good bedside manner. And we have to continually learn how to have a good communication, especially that if we come from another country, like us from China, we have to really learn about have a better, effective English speak, and we need to learn the custom, and beyond that, we need to constantly maintain our good compassion about our occupation and the compassion about helping patients. So if we have all of this, and I think that it's not very difficult to become a popular acupuncturist. But that's not enough, though. To have a successful business means that if you want to have a really busy practice. As we all know, our medicine needs practice. We need to see a lot of patients, especially in the beginning of our career. You have to see so many patients in order to get better at that. So you have to have a lot of patients, and come to your door, come to you to get treatment from you. That takes another dimension that we have to learn and have to be focused. So, and this is my experience that I learned over the years, that I find that these 5 key points are very, very important to build a successful acupuncture practice. Because even though you already think you are a very good acupuncturist, but you have to go further to focus another area that to build your practice, and in order to have a fulfilling acupuncture career. And these 5 areas is that, first thing is that I find it's very important to me, and it's very helpful for me, is that we need to constantly elevate our Jing Qi Shen as an acupuncturist. And the second thing is that we need to find a very good business location to practice. And then that we need to invest to have a very good treatment environment for our patients. And then we need to make sure we do right in positioning our practice and marketing our practice. And then the last thing I like to share with you is also how to setting a business boundary. So first, to elevate our Jing Qi Shen, I think the concept of Jing Qi Shen is not new to every of our acupuncturists. As a matter of fact, I learned how to practice Qigong when I was attending a medical school in China, in Guangzhou. And and at that time, that's in the 80s, early 80s, Qigong is very popular in China, and Tai Chi Chuan. So, but then to how to put into practice, you learn about concept, and this is important. And how to put into practice is also takes a lot of discipline for each acupuncturist. And if we're looking at the history, most of our, in the ancient time, most of our famous Chinese medicine doctor, they are actually Qigong master at the same time. And you can imagine that the cultivate Jing Qi Shen is very, very important. In my case, that I learn Qigong, Tai Chi Chuan, but I find myself, in my early time in my career, I think in my first 10 years of my career, I don't think I'm that disciplined myself. So about 8 years into my career, I actually find myself already burned out. I feel like is actually helping patients actually it's also depleting our energy and Jing Qi Shen too. So and then I start to realize that I need to work hard on the Jing Qi Shen. And once I started and become a more regular a practitioner of Qigong practitioner, and I'm very fortunate enough to learning a good technique from a grandmaster. So I be able to have a very regular routine. I usually will probably, wake up to doing meditation, Qigong meditation, internal Qigong. And then I probably would have another short one during the day, in middle of the day, between patients. And then every time I come home, I would learn, I would working on myself on that and definitely rejuvenate myself every day from my work. So that would allow me to be able to see 25 to 30 patients a day, I think, and I'd be able to have maintain a very stable mind to have a very good, accurate diagnosis for my patient, to my understanding. And then I think the treatment can be, make treatment very effective. So I think, and to me, this is very important. I feel like basically, I looking back, if I'm not setting a very good discipline myself, I probably already probably have to retire much more earlier. I would be probably premature retiree. And so, and I feel like this is something I want to share with everybody, and it is very important. And the time you invest onto it actually is a very positive, because you actually build up your positive business cycle, and you have a longevity to your career. And now, when I looking back, when I see young acupuncture practice, I always have to share this with them, and I wish them know how to protect their qi and maintaining their qi, so they can last long time to being an acupuncturist. My second key point I would like to share with you is that location and location. In order to have a thriving practice, and you need to able to have a visualize for your practice, and you need to let people know that you are there, that you can help them. And myself actually went through, over the last 32 years, I went through 4 different kinds of location, and told you the truth that different location, you attract different kinds of crowd. And that's the reality. And my I start with, when thinking about 30 some years ago, when I came to the United States, Americans still a virgin land for acupuncture. So many people are not know about acupuncture. And at that time, most of the people are not accepting acupuncture still. So I actually just rent a room to practice. And then several years later, I moved to a house that I have a workout basement, and I remodeling my workout basement that I have 2 treatment room and 1 waiting room. And I practiced for several years in my house. And because that worked out very well for me at that time, I'm having my second child, and I think that I'd be able to have my flexible schedule, and I don't have to worry about the overhead. But it doesn't really satisfy me, because I feel like every acupuncturist, we are the ambassador for TCM. We are the presentive of Chinese medicine. And since Chinese medicine hold a very high position in my heart, that's why I give up Western medicine training, even a practice, even though I passed United States medical licensing in the United States. But as mentioned, I passed the U.S. MLA examination in the United States, but I still decided that I want to practice Chinese medicine. So I, coming from this is where I come from. So I definitely hold a very high position in my heart for Chinese medicine. So I always want to present in Chinese medicine well. So once I feel like I'm ready, and because I already, when I work in my house, I already have like average 10 patients per day. So I think, and my kids is getting older. So I feel like I'm heading ready to move to an office place. So I moved to business condo, and there's a 2 floor, and we have 5 treatment room. And so then we start my practice, outside my home. But that's still in the suburb of Denver. And then about 7 years later, after my practices continue growing, and I probably was seeing patients around 18 to 20 patients a day. And then I realized that I started thinking my location is not the idea because I still in the suburban, and many patients, they have to drive very far away, come to see me. Average patient probably drive about 45 minutes. And so I realized that I probably not in the best location to present in Chinese medicine. So, and then in 2004, that I moved to Cherry Creek, the Denver area, and that is a very busy business location. If people don't know about the Cherry Creek of Denver, you can, Cherry Creek of Denver, just like the Manhattan of New York, is very, is a center of a financial and political center. And so once I moved to the, so just from my experience, I want to share with you, like never stop trying, a good location, and then I think it will, if you feel like you're ready, it is something that you might want to give a try. And then, and to me, a good location is not enough. I feel like I want to make sure my patient has a very comfortable environment for them to receive acupuncture. Because I put myself in my patient's shoe, right? Most of my patients are Westerner, and you can imagine Chinese medicine is so foreign to them. And imagine that our Chinese medicine is so intangible. You can already see it and grasp it. But how to make patients feel very comfortable to give us a try. And so I think that we need to create a very comfortable environment for patients to feel they can relax. So, and this is my internal or my center. And the picture you see here, there's a two, it looks like there's one room, actually it's a two separate room, and I always make sure my room has a window, because I understand that if there's no window, and I think when the patient receives treatment, they might feel very claustrophobia, and I don't want my patient to have that kind of feeling. And then I always make sure I have my receptionist is American, because I feel like they can, when patients come in, they feel like it's very familiar to them. They are not just like getting freaked out. And then another key point I would like to share with you is that I think I take the marketing and position it very seriously, because I want to present Chinese medicine in an upscale way that make people understand. I want patients to be able to receive the message, and Chinese medicine is such a effective and wonderful medicine, and for business. Of course, word of mouth referral are always go. And we usually have 50 to 60% of a new patient coming is from word of mouth. And then we probably have about 10 to 15 patients from people walking around and they see us or they heard about us in the neighborhood. And then we have about probably another 10 to 20% from online search, and then so we in order to have a good presentation, then we want to make sure they will hire professional people to produce a very good website for us, and we have a very good online presence, and to be consistent about who we are. And And also here, I'm also talking about social media is very important too. I'm writing here. It doesn't mean I do this one very well. I'm the old generation. I definitely I'm not very good at social media, but I want to write here is actually I find that social media is really a very one of the best thing too. So please not to ignore it. And if you are good at that, and please keep up with that social media. And then what I'm trying to say here is that, if you take your marketing seriously, actually patient will connect to you better, and the patient will take you serious too. Thing here I want to share with you is that also as a business, as acupuncturists, how to have a good business boundary. This is something we will never learn in the classroom. And as you know, we all want to be acupuncturists. We all have our compassion, and we always want to be the nicest people to our patients. But I learned this from hard lessons. And then about 10 years into my practice, I learned that I better, have, working on how to let the patient, be fairly to be, the patient to understand what I want them to expect, what I expect from them. So I definitely, we need to set the right service price. Because if you in a very a low end and location, of course you cannot set the price high because the patient doesn't know what the patient expects. But if you are in a very good business location and patient knows that your cost is high and then you have very good service, and I think it's very reasonable that you can relatively set your price accordingly. And the second thing is we need to consider a separate fee for schedule for modality. My experience is that in the beginning of my practice, I probably just one price, treat an hour. I usually, my patient will come in, I will, I will do everything. If the body is needed, I do cupping or Moxibustion or acupuncture. And then it's interesting is that later on, when the patient, when they don't really need to do all of this, because just acupuncture needle is good enough, but the patient still expecting it because they just feel like they deserve it, right? And so, and then I realized that it's not a very good format. So I start to, and also it's not fair for the patient who don't really need a cupping or need a Moxibustion treatment. So in order to make it fair, so I actually set up a different fee schedule, and so the patient, I think that's and actually make the practice and working even better. And I also working on the cancellation policy, and I think. And of course, you have to know the certain situation to understand situation, but it's always good to tell your patient that they need to call us if if they have to cancel, they need to give 24 hours notice. And because many times we always have our clinic, we always have patients in the waiting list. So if they don't cancel, I think it's not fair for the patient who are in the waiting. And then. I don't know, many of you probably always have patients complain about, oh, this is too expensive, do you have a discount, right? I heard this a lot. And my situation in the United States, I don't deal with the insurance. I think for Canada, I think you guys do have a lot of insurance coverage, but I have been get used to not to bill insurance, and this is my situation. So I feel like I not to not to discount it doesn't mean I'm not. So what I'm trying to say is that when patient asks for discount, that we can always very politely to tell them that I'm so sorry that that's not our policy, because it's not fair to others, and because I feel like every patient, we all put our heart and our skill to treat the patient, and then I would rather, if I'm going to do charity work, I would rather to do it in a different location. I'm always happy to do discount treatment, sometimes in the weekend, or sometimes in the church or in other communities. And so this is what I feel like it makes sense to me, and it worked out. And then so the whole thing is that we need to make certain things to make our business running better, because our medicine is a very effective medicine, and we make difference in our patient's life, and we need to have the confidence that, and if we set a good boundary, actually as a result, and I think the patient actually respect us more, and we have a more a positive cycle of business. So, to wrap it up, I think my time probably run out very soon. To wrap it up, I want to have let's have a summary here. So I want to give you a picture of how to building a successful career. And then we can see there's a 2 dimension. One dimension is up right here, is how we need to, all of this factor here, all of this key point here is try to help us to become a popular acupuncturist. But that's not enough. Then we need to working on another dimension, that working on those areas to help us to building a successful acupuncture practice. And over the years, I observe some acupuncturists may have one way to extreme or another way to extreme. And I want to share with you, and that actually these 2 dimensions, they work together. They can work together. They enhance each other. If we believe acupuncture is so effective, and we believe acupuncture can benefit for so many people in the world, so it's not hard for us to build a successful career for everyone, for every acupuncturist who works so hard to study and to learn and to master this skill and to practice and work so hard every day to help patients getting better. So I would love to share this way, and at least this is work out for me, and I hope this is work for many of you. And any one of you that I don't think we have a question time here, but any of you, if you have any questions, you feel free to contact me. This is my email. And by the way, we in our clinic, we have 3 acupuncturists, but we still constantly looking for good acupuncturists to join our team. Just in case you are interested, you feel welcome to contact through my email. Thank you very much for listening. Thanks.
Thank you, Dr. Lin. Thank you for your presentation. Next speaker is Dr. Chen Yameng from New York, United States. His presentation topic is acupuncture for migraine, prophylaxis, evidence and clinical protocols. Please welcome Dr. Chen.
Thank you, Dr. Wu. So let me share screen. Okay.
Yes, we can see your screen.
Can you see the screen?
Yes.
Okay.
Please go ahead.
Okay, thank you. First, thanks for the invitation to join the Second World Chinese Medicine and Acupuncture Culture Week. Hope the activity, very success. Today I want to share some information about the acupuncture for migraine prophylaxis and evidence in the clinical protocols. The migraine is neurologically based common clinical symptoms characterized by recurrent episodic attack of the headache. That's a large incidence of the in the world, not only in the Western society, in the world. So I will have 3 major contents. So overall introduction, and talk about the evidence, specifically the evidence for prevention of a migraine headache. And I believe it's a big potential for the acupuncture practice. And also in the end, I will introduce some clinical protocols and personal experiences. As I mentioned, migraine is very common. It's 3 major headaches, one part of them. So the diagnostic criteria, including the 2 parts. One is migraine without aura and migraine with aura. So in the international classification of headache disorders, and have a clear definitions. And so in this, at least 5 tags meet the following 4 criterions. So headache lasting 4 to 72 hours, headache with at least 2 of the following 4 characteristics: unilateral location and a pulsating quality, moderate to severe pain intensity, aggravation by or causing avoidance of the routine physical activity. So at least 2 of those, the 4. And so 1, 2, and 3 headache accompanied by at least 1 of following symptom: nausea, vomiting, or both. Afraid of the lights, afraid of the voice, photophobia, and phonophobia. Yeah. So that's the migraine with aura. And also migraine with aura, so at least 2 attacks meet the following. So that's usually the oral symptom, the visual and the visual areas, and the sensory, speech, language, or both, motor brain, then retinal kind of functions, problems. And also the chronic migraine, and talks about headaches and on more than 15 days a month for over 3 months and fulfill the following criteria. So that's the migraines. So there are a lot of migraine triggers, and especially the alternate sleep pattern, like a nurse, alternate shifts. And lots of the perfume, the alcohol, the cigarettes, and oral contraceptives, and also those kind of the caffeine withdrawal. Is not a drink coffee, and you had a coffee every day, but you have no opportunity to get a coffee. So that's what caused the trigger, the migraine. So this is the Chinese restaurant syndrome, monosodium. So that's also the triggers of the migraine. So the anatomy and the pathogenesis is mostly related to the stimuli of the thymus with the different spots, and also the neurotransmitters that trigger the trigeminal ganglion, and it's caused a dilation of the dural blood vessels. And so that also has the situation of the mechanism for those vessel dilation, and which cause the migraines. And this is the basic treatment, the algorithm of the clinical measurement of migraine. So the first line treatment and the preventive, unfortunately, acupuncture is not listed here at this moment. And but the evidence has lots of support that acupuncture can treat migraine, not only treat the migraine, and also can prevent migraine. That's the important things. And lots of clinicians and acupuncturists in the clinical practice may be not aware of this. It's a very good potential for their for the marketing, and also will help the patients. So far, those are the evidence, and we quoted from the United States National Institute of Health. That's a landmark consensus conference, and they had a consensus statement on acupuncture, and they only list about over 10 indications at that time based on the clinical research. So headache is the one of them, and also the migraine was listed in the 43 effective acupuncture indications. That's early in 1980s, published by World Health Organization. And in later 2003, and also they just list the headache and four different tiers. And this is on the list of disease and disorders for which acupuncture therapy has been proved through control trial to be an effective treatment. So that's the level one, very confident evidence for the acupuncture treatment. If you look at the PubMed and the papers for you type acupuncture, migraine, and you will find immediately search the 541 articles. Those articles you can see in from 1975 to now, only total 541. The more articles for 5 years period, you see after this century, so 2005 to 2009 has 77, 2010 to 2014 had 106, 2015 to 2019 has 134. And now it's only from the 2020 is now 2022. So only 2 years, it's not 5 years yet. It already reached the 124 articles. So you see the research and clinical trials, and it's more and more, and also that indicate the efficacy of the acupuncture in treating migraine headaches or for migraine prevention, the episodic migraine prevention. This in 2016, the Cochrane Library, the evidence-based, the headquarters of evidence-based medicine, and they had a white paper. So in this white paper, they have a conclusion from the 12 trials about the 1,646 participants. And then they suggest that adding acupuncture to symptomatic treatment of attacks reduce the frequency of headaches. Contrary to the previous finding, the updated evidence also suggests that it is an effect over shame, but its effect is still small. The available trial also suggests that acupuncture may be at least similarly effective as a treatment for prophylactic drug. So that's very important. Acupuncture can be considered as a treatment opinion for patients willing to undergo this treatment. So mostly in clinic, patients just that they had a migraine headache and they seek for acupuncture. Those patients seek acupuncture and then get a good result. Maybe they continue for several sessions and that's it. And until maybe a few months later, they have a headache again, or they will call acupuncture for an appointment. So this is the important evidence. We can design the therapeutic plan for those recurrent episodic migraine patients. And we can suggest certain treatment for prevention purpose. So that's the new area or the acupuncturists might consider about it, and also have a patient education and talk about those things. Back to 2004, the very famous scholar, Andrew Vickers. He came from British, but he worked in New York Memorial Sloan Kettering Cancer Center's Integrative Medicine Center. And he conducted large scales of the evidence review and also research. And mostly the famous article or important article for acupuncturists is his systemic review, beta analysis for the acupuncture efficacy for low back pain. So he concluded acupuncture for low back pain is effective. So according to his data, if we want to overthrow his conclusion, that's a need to continue maybe 5-10 years, every trial, all negative, then probably the viewpoint is not steady, but it seems impossible. So it's very important. You can Google Andrew Vickers low back pain. I believe at that time he's still affiliated with the Memorial Sloan Kettering Cancer Center in New York City, but now he returned to British. So in 2004 also, he had earlier the important article for the acupuncture applied to treat migraine. And this data always we're using says for the overall year, so experience 22 fewer days with headaches, and used 15% less medications, and made 25% fewer visits to their doctor, and took 15% fewer days off sick from work than the control group. So that's the data has been used for the long time. Of course, now has more evidence-based information published. So this we want to share with you is a Chinese scholar led by Dr. Liang Fanrong, the Chengdu University TCM, the former president. And the article published in JAMA Internal Medicine in 2017. So that's the conclusion in the 24-week randomized clinical trial that include 249 patients with migraine without aura, also found the true acupuncture significantly reduced the frequency of migraine attack compared with the sham acupuncture being placed in the waiting list for treatment. So this is the waiting list. There's the true acupuncture. There's the sham acupuncture. So there's significant decrease the frequency. And this is another one from the Liang Fanrong, Professor Liang Fanrong's the team. So acupuncture for migraine prophylaxis, a randomized control trial. So that's the another evidence, but seems they say the Shaoyang and specific or Shaoyang non-specific or Yangming specific seems not too much difference. But anyway, that's acupuncture still can be effective for the prevention. This is another one, the systemic reviews published in the evidence-based alternative and complementary medicine. So this talk about effectiveness of the safety of acupuncture for migraine. And this, they find a high quality evidence indicate that the evidence rate for acupuncture was superior to Western medicine in treatment of migraine. So even better than Western medicine. This is the article published in, I think, the BMJ, British Medical Journal. The reduction of the mean number of attacks was the 2.3 for manual, was for the manual was for sham. So that's the manual acupuncture and also sham acupuncture. So provide a more consolidated evidence. So we have those kind of evidence, but I want to share some clinical protocols. So this is the etiology of acute headaches. And usually we consider all the headache relate to the wind, right? And exopathogenic invasion, wind, cold, dampness, heat, mostly relate to the wind. And also the more important, especially for migraine, more important relate to interior disarrangement, including liver, spleen, kidney system. And more important relate to the liver system. So liver qi stagnation then transform to wind and the fire, which goes upward to disturb the head along the liver and the gallbladder channels with blood stasis. So qi stagnation, blood stasis seems the major pathogenesis of the migraine headache. Of course, have several other issues also could happen. So we can see the data from the ancient literature. From the Lingsu miraculous pivot is the classic of the acupuncture. In the channels, chapter 10, is mentioned the headache in the urinary bladder channel. The headache is suddenly happened, and the eye feels like it's like a fall out. The nape feels as if they're pulled. And also in gallbladder channel, also mentioned the headaches. In the chapter 24, the Jue disease, and mentioned the Jue headaches, and specific those symptoms, and it's related to Fu Shaoyang, and use the method to drain the blood, and it will be relieved. So that's the earliest records. So that's already mentioned. In the Mai Jing, post classic by Wang Shuhe, this lists certain points, the acute headache and the side headache. So that's they use the GB20 and DO16 GB20, and bladder 3, and also has a 1 point, extraordinary point called Nie Lu. That's the small intestine 23, half turn below. Sorry, Sanjiao 23, half turn below the eyebrow, the lateral end. Yeah, so that's the points using. So it's recorded in the 200 after century. Bianque Xingsu, that's in the Song dynasty, and it say the head wind on the side is on the left or right. The pain extend to the both eyes and tooth, and it can use the point Nao Kong, GB19, and Mu Chuang, that's GB16, GB16 and the GB19. So that's so you can see they usually use a lot of GB channel. Zhenjing Zaiyingji, also mentioned certain points, and but it's very interesting. It's not just talk about the points, how to practice. That's how to share with you. That's also very impressive for me when I read this. So bilateral Sanjiao 23, okay, Sanjiao 23, ask patient raise the hand during the straight sitting posture. Then insert a needle into 0.3 chen. Okay. For the GB20, second puncture, bilateral GB20, insert a needle 0.7 chen and ask patient to inhale 5 times. Better for pain in the vertex, if for pain in the vertex, this area. So when you insert a needle on GB20, ask the patient and to inhale 5 times. Then the puncture bilateral light intestine 4. So light intestine 4, everybody knows always is the master point for the head and the face, right? So we usually just insert a needle. But it's not, it's to say, yeah, of course you insert a needle, but ask the patient to inhale 3 times when internal rotating of the needle. Then ask patient for exhaling for 3 times and rotate the needle externally. And again, ask the inhale 5 times, we rotate the needle internally, so the patient have a sensation like a thread going to the head. So that's the way of the practice in the ancient acupuncturist. So then we draw the needle at a time, ask patient for deep exhaling. Yeah, so very interesting. We not just insert a needle, we have to have something, the patient had to cooperate. That's important. Yu Long Ge, that's the song of Dragon. And I mentioned the Sanjiao 23 and the GB8 by Zhengfu all day on 100 symptoms. So that's mentioned GB4, GB5. So yeah, the Shaoyang is the most concerned. Yeah, most concerned. Recently, they have also had kind of standards of the Chinese Society of Acupuncture Moxibustion, the evidence-based practice guideline published in 2015. So during the episode, they have 2 things. One is during the episode, one is during the interval time. So during the episode, they use a breathing technique, also acupuncture and electroacupuncture and a pyroacupuncture. During the intervals, so use acupuncture, it seems the body acupuncture and scalp acupuncture, electroacupuncture, warming needles, breathing techniques all together. So this is a guideline in 2015, but it seems to use a lot of breathing technique, so may not appropriate using in the United States. This one more in recent 2021, and Chinese experts consensus on non-pharmacological pain management for migraine. So that's combined with the experts for acupuncture, Chinese medicine, and the neurologist. So during the episode, filiform needle therapy, most common methods use the Acupoint, Do20, Sanjiao 23, and the GB8, Taiyang, and the GB20. And if a patient experiences severe headache, add electroacupuncture on the main points. Also based on a differentiation, and also have several modifications. And during episode, so this is the filiform needle, and also using lots of Moxibustion therapy, scalp acupuncture, breathing technique, and pyroacupuncture therapy, and the ear points. So they have a lot of choices. During the intervals, and so the main point using is Do20, GB20, GB8, Taiyang, and Sanjiao 5, and GB34. And also the pattern differentiation can modify through the liver yang rising, turbiframe, and the blood stasis, and insufficient qi and blood. Those could be the way for the prevention. So that's what we can consider. But in the practice, clinical practice guidelines, not specify and for the prevention, just mentioned during the intervals. So we can skip. Okay, only a few minutes left. So I want to share my experience. And I usually use the points. Posterior Taiyang is the extension of the GB1 bilateral horizontally to the hair border. So the needle horizontally insertion about the 1.5 needle into the 1 turn. So bilateral and GB20, and that's also used, and also GB41. That's a very important point. We sometimes can find a C3 have a spinal process area, have tenderness. Also, we can use the needle. GB41 is a very important point, especially during the episode. We can find the tenderness parallel to the severity of the episode. So it's you can lift the small toe and find the ligament extensor digitorum longus is on the lateral side. So that's between the fourth and the fifth metatarsal bone. So this is GB41. So when a patient had headaches and during the episode, and this area is very painful, and if you slight touch or touch the skin of GB41, the patient already screaming. That's so when you insert a needle and do some manipulation and retain for 10 minutes, and the majority patient and the pain will significantly relieved. Yeah. So I usually use those kind of patterns for a modification. So specifically, more patients has the problem with the stress and depressive status. I use do 20, do 17, and half 7, do 20 needle going backward. And also, my mentor, Dr. Fang, has the points for bring 3 needles. That's do 19, 18, 17. So we can use the pinky. We can use thumb, touch the do 20, and the pinky touch to the the EOP. So the 3 fingers relatively average stack on the scalp. So if you put a 1.5, it's difficult, but if you can use this way, and you can use the needles, and the needle is the horizontally insertion and going downward. This for the stress, for the depression, it works very well, and also for the patient, the preventive for the migraine. So this is the article I published from Evidence to Practice. So important to developing guideline for clinical practice in migraine prophylaxis with acupuncture. I believe it's important, and we have to consider about body constitutions, consider syndrome differentiation, and also select corresponding points, and use different needle techniques. And so it's important, especially for women. They have a PMS, so it's a time 1 week or 10 days before it can start. So establish the treatment plan. And the body constitution is very important. And according to Professor Professor Wang Qi, Beijing University TCM, 9 constitutions. And they have a data show that mostly the migraine headache patient have qi stagnation, bronchostasis, and indeficiency. So we treat the core, right? 标本, we have to treat the core. Also, the lifestyle modification is very important. And so that's my presentation. Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Dr. Chen. Thank you for your presentation. The next speaker is Dr. Hai He Tian. from Florida, United States. His presentation topic is TCM treatment for inflammatory bowel diseases. Please welcome Dr. Tian.
Hello, everybody. This is Dr. Tian from Florida, US. It's honored to be invited to participate in the second Chinese Medicine and Acupuncture Week, hosted by Canada colleague. This time, and it's pretty happy and to see a lot of experts from all over the world. I heard this time about like 100 experts going to share the good experience. Just previously, I heard Dr. Lin and Dr. Chen share wonderful clinical experience. Today, I want to present some thing about GI diseases because I was a GI doctor in China and also practice acupuncture and special treat GI issues in the United States. Today, special picked topic is inflammatory bowel diseases treatment by the TCM. What do we call the inflammatory bowel diseases? Actually, is abbreviation called IBD. It's usually confused with the people commonly say IBS. Even just one letter different, IBD and IBS. Actually, that's a total different kind of diseases. IBS, irritable bowel syndrome. That's like a functional bowel disease. Actually, is not a big issue. Does not affect people's life. But one word different, IBD, which is much more severe, can cause a lot of life quality change. The prognosis is much worse than the IBS. So what do we say that IBD actually is including two diseases? When we say it, and it will be much clear, Crohn's disease and ulcerative colitis. Those two diseases, even is a completely different name, but they have so many things together in common. So that's why we put it in the same category. So abbreviation called IBD. Because both diseases, they all have ulcers, have inflammation in the bowel. And some is common things also related with the immuno disorders. So that's why we put them together. Those two diseases, and currently we have no cure to treat these diseases. So that's why make the medical field, we only can control it, make it in the stable stage. We only say, okay, so the diseases, one is inactive, we call it remission. One is in active stage called relapse. So relapse means one, the disease are in the active stage, such as people who has abdominal pain, distension, diarrhea, blood in the stool, and mucus. And this is a GI, plus some outer GI symptoms, which including the body ache, fever, and tiredness, all those kind of things. Hold on, there's some interruption. Those diseases actually pretty common in the clinic, especially in the Western world, like North American and Europe. Those diseases are pretty common. If we really talk about actually in this country, in North American, Crohn's disease is a little more than ulcerative colitis. In China, whereas more ulcerative colitis happened in recent years, compared to those two regions area, and Western world has a more Crohn's disease, and the Eastern countries has a more ulcerative colitis. But more or less, just a relative to say, but actually those diseases can happen in anywhere. Even the male and female ratio, they are pretty much equal. Generally speaking, about 50 actually 500,000 to 2 million people in the United States. And I think Canada will be similar conditions. So that means affect a lot of people, because one is rarely happened, and the people can affect life. Because we just heard the premier and of Japan and just passed away, and Anbe, and he suffered from arthritis, so he have to quit his job. It's pretty severe case. If just regular things, it doesn't need to quit his job, right? So that's the problem. Chinese medicine, we have been accumulated good experience. We can treat the disease, and we can improve the people's life quality, and we can have the people, even we cannot say we cure this disease easily, but we can have the people stay in the remission period of time as long we can, because the people, one is not in active stage, they can acting as a normal person, just like a normal person without the IBD problem. So they can perform the normal life, normal work. That's fine. And so about for the IBD and including the Crohn's disease and ulcerative, as we mentioned earlier, we also talk about the pathology and etiology about this one. And the things we put two things we share what's the common things, what's the difference in between these two diseases. And also we'll know about the Western medicine treatment options for those diseases, such as what are their advantage, what's our advantage, such as usually the Western medicine uses Humira, which is the immunotherapy, and to work on this disease, and for some like a severe problems, and but they definitely have a terrible side effect. The people even have the option, but the people they choose to use alternative medicine, Chinese medicine, Acupuncture to treat them is okay. Because it compresses the immune system. The people, they may have other severe infection, lymphoma happen. When the people compare to the advantage, a good result, and the side effect, they may choose, no, I don't want to get to like lymphoma by using this medicine. So we want to choose as a safer way. It's better. And also, and have a steroid treatment and the kind of options. So that's why we know what is the option compared to Western medicine to show what we can do better job that people can take care of by us. And then we also talk about the prognosis about this IBD. So first one, and Crohn's disease, and is one of the chronic inflammatory disease, is pressure in the intestinal. Actually, and could affect the small intestine and the large intestine too, not only in one area. So, and such as from mouth to anus, the entire GI gut can be show this disease anywhere. And first described was the 1932, and named after a physician who discovered this disease. And it also have the other kind of different names, and that's okay. And because Anbe was very famous, the people they want to rename the arthritis to say like a Anbe's disease. I think that's some proposal. I don't know if it's going to happen or not. We back to the Crohn's disease. Here is a picture we can look at. So where Crohn's disease can happen in our GI gut, and majority we have to say in the right side of our abdomen. So they take about 35%. So later we compare the ulcerative colitis, because the ulcerative colitis more happen in the left abdomen. So when the people who has a similar symptoms, you suspect people has the IBD, but based on the symptoms, you can get a general idea. Is more pain on the right side. That's a more indication for the Crohn's disease. If the people has more pain on the left side, especially left lower part, is more indicate arthritic colitis. Okay, you can see this picture could have the left, the descending area be 20%, ascending, that's what we call the right side, ascending colon is like 35%. Also could happen in the stomach, devolume area, even the lower part, sigmoid and rectum still could happen, but the majority happen on the right side and ascending colon. The next important one is arthritic colitis, abbreviation we can call UC. And this is another kind of condition. The symptoms is abdominal pain, mainly on the left side, because we just mentioned more often happen the left side, lower and left abdomen, and the people have a diarrhea, and some people could have a constipation or alternating diarrhea and constipation is possible, and also some blood in the stool. That's the common symptoms for this arthritic colitis. And we can see this picture, and I was a GI doctor. We perform all the colonoscopy, and you can see on the left side is a healthy colon, and the color is like a pink red, is no swollen. And on the right side is a typical arthritic colitis. You can see the memory was kind of like a red, swollen, and tenderness. And sometimes I could be like a touch bleeding. You also see some ulcers, and we may compared to other ulcers, such as people in the upper GI have the ulcers, like a peptic ulcer, and like in the stomach, in the devolume. Those areas, the ulcer maybe just 1 or 2, and then not too many. But compared to the lower GI, including the Crohn's disease and the arthritic colitis, those areas, the ulcers, there are so many, could be like hundreds, even thousands is possible. So superficial and also multiple and ulcers. And so that's why. And because of the membrane of the large intestine or small intestine as compared to the stomach is much thinner. So that's why the lower part causes like a bleeding, perforation, and obstruction, and even cancerous condition is much higher than upper GI. So the people and suffer the IBD is much affect the life quality. So, and besides the symptoms we mentioned in the GI and also have happened in other places. So that's why we should get an idea, because when the people come to us, and especially we are a primary physician in the most places, we do not need referral. People, they may complain, the people may have other kind of condition come to us. We have to identify those conditions is not really the local problem. They could be the outside GI's manifestations. So such as people may have the eye problem. People show some of the problem on the skin, in the mouth, and other places, the joint problem. So actually it's not an isolated single symptoms. Actually it's related with the ulcer in the GI and the arthritic colitis. So that's why we have to know the whole picture of this disease. And because the people, they may symptoms come to us to treat the GI, abdominal pain or diarrhea. May the people come for the other diseases, other symptoms, but also related with the GI. So we talk about the etiology and the pathology for IBD. Generally, the Western medicine and did a lot of research, found out, and the exactly reason still not very clear. But they try to trace what is a possibility related with this disease, such as people who may have an immune disorder, because we have many items we test for the immune system. They found that the immune disorder, and it's true, it's related. Second one is a heritage, means people who have a family history of disease, they're more likely the next generation and can have the same disease too. But what age they happened, and they could be different. If the next generation really take care of themselves, they can postpone the disease occurrence, and could be never happened in their life too. It's possible, because it's not like 100%, and the next generation must have the same disease. And another thing is the diet. When the people stick with a certain diet for too long time, especially improper diet for a long time, they could be contribute to those kind of problems. When the big disease already happened, and if we still keep the wrong diet, can prolong the disease and also make disease relapse pretty easily too. And because GI problem and the diet is really, really closely related. So if a wrong diet can make the disease happen or worse, right diet can make the disease getting better and prevent a prolapse. And other things and emotional factors, we talk about is not a regular depressed anxiety, but we talk about like a big event happened, and also prolong and condition, emotional problem, especially the negative emotion, can be one of the trigger reason. And I remember I treated some disease, some of the coal mine and collapse, and some people being held inside underground for like more than 2 weeks. Those kind of mine workers, they're all strong people, and only 2 of the 28 workers died. 2 survived, and then one of the person developed arthritis to become my patient. So that's why, and because he was healthy before, no family history, and eating pretty right, just for the big emotional things happened too big. Okay, he was so happy to be survived, and we treat him for this condition, and that's the reason I want to share with you. About for the symptoms we just mentioned, we talk about the common symptoms is a consistent or repeatedly diarrhea, could range from like 1 time to 10 times, 20 times a day. We talk about the stool kind of loose, and if watery, that's even just 1 time still can cause diarrhea. The people can definitely much more, and also the people has a mucus, and IBS can have a mucus, but they do not have a pars. Pars is that white blood cells become a pars, okay? And also have abdominal pain. Again, we just mentioned abdominal pain depends on which area. They can make different, okay, indicate a different kind of disease. And the people have a low-grade fever, but in the active stage, the fever, the temperature could be much higher, with the entire body discomfort, tired, and because they're losing blood, and hypoglycemia and hypoproteinemia, and also have the weight change because due to malnutrition, has the weight loss. And outside of the gut, the people have the skin and mucus and lesion and joints, eye damage, and liver and disease, and this are all the complications and outside the GI, and we should know about these connections. About the diagnosis, and based on the clinical symptoms, and more clear diagnosis will be colonoscopy. Okay, and if some suspect area, we need to do the biopsy and some of the lab work. For us, we practice Chinese medicine outside China, and we don't have authority to do this kind of perform. Usually, we get diagnosis by looking at the report from the other GI doctors. So that's pretty much they got a clear diagnosis and also get a lot of different kind of treatment from the Western medicine, other kind of modalities too. So it's not easy to treat, and so that's why they linger so long. They're looking for help from us. Okay, depends on it's in the active stage, and the endoscope could be having like a lot of inflammation, which is mentioned tenderness or redness and tender touches, bleeding, all those kind of special for the ulcers. And why the biopsy is mainly try to rule out the cancerous condition. About 5 to 10% of people who suffer from ulcerative colitis and Crohn's disease, for long term, they could develop the large intestine cancer. So that's related. So that's why we, based on the stage, try to rule out and take an active preventive state method. And also to see the white blood cells indicate the active and inflammation. The red blood cells low, that's indicated the people lose too much blood. And some cases are like pretty severe, and they may have to admit to hospital, get the blood transfusion if necessary. Okay, so that's why, and we know about this one. Actually, about the disease, and we can have like active stage and remission stage. So active stage, definitely people suffer a lot. Remission stage, it could be like a normal. We try our best to let the people in the remission time and as long we can. And also can be divided into mild, intermediate, and severe degrees. Here is the chart you can look at, and based on the temperature, how many times bowel movement, and the whole body, the temperature, pulse, bleeding, and the ESR, those kind of things. So, and here we give you a little chart to put in here for the what's the difference between the IBD, IBS, because it's easy confused. And generally speaking, IBS is mild, is a functional problem, and prognosis is not bad. IBD is a structure change, much severe, and with blood, with tenesmus, and also have a weight change, and prognosis definitely is much worse, is not good as the IBS. Regarding the difference between the IU, ulcerative colitis, and Crohn's disease, also is different. The first one's location, one's more left side, one's more right side, and also about the ulcer, and could it be how shallow, how deep? Okay. About a Western medicine treatment and Humira, and causes severe infection, lymphoma, and steroid treatment for the Western medicine, as we know what we can do. For Chinese medicine, and we can make those things better. Okay, so far no cure and treatment yet. The treatment goal is try to relieve the symptoms, because the people, when they get too much diarrhea, abdominal pain, they are really affect life quality and perform the job. So we want to release the symptoms, the people feel better, and also prevent the relapse, because we know this disease could not be cured. So we prevent to get a relapse. And also for detail, we repair the memory, because there's a lot of ulcer inflammation, and also prevent the complications. We know the common complication could be obstruction, perforation, hemorrhage, means bleeding, and a cancerous condition, and also improve the life quality. About for the remission, that means it could be symptoms remission, could be endoscope and healed. And about the clinical remission means that when the people have the diarrhea, bowel movement less than 3 times a day, no bleeding, no tenesmus, it means not too much discomfort. Some people have the clinical remission, doesn't mean endoscope, they have the remission. So that means we are more to look at the memory and healed, that's better. And the scope, that's memory, looks like a normal, okay? So, for Chinese medicine, and based on the patient's symptoms, and we describe the pattern, and we think about what's the reason cause that one. Improper diet to generate a dampness transfer to heat and damp heat together, especially in the beginning stage, and then. And some people has the local micro circulation problem as a blood status, and also with a spleen qi deficiency. So what do we do? If the people in the active stage, we are using the Western medicine first to make sure it's under control, because especially in the active stage, the people's symptoms, especially the entire body symptoms, are so severe, and the people required to get admitted to hospital. And then we can, when the people discharge from the hospital, we can use the Chinese medicine mainly. And what is the remission time, and gradually reduce and even stop the Western medicine. Just single use the Chinese herbs can do that. And usually from the mild to medium level, so only Chinese herbal and acupuncture is good enough. But severe case, we need combining Chinese medicine and Western medicine together. Okay. Because of the location as a make a difference, such as the people in the, like especially in the UC, and there's the rectum and the left abdomen, we can use the local treatment, and such as enema and suppository, and this one can the local treatment. If the spread widely, that means we need oral treatment and plus the local treatment. And if in the extensive stage, we mainly reduce the pathogen, and in the weak stage, we need to tonify. That's generally the treatment principle. And but in the clinic, we see so many cases. It's a mixture, cold and heat, and a mixed deficiency and extensive. And based on the symptoms, we should regulate qi, reduce tenesmus because of the baritone sensation, and well, also to regulate the blood and make the bleeding stopped. And so that's the way our this is quite a few of the categories to treat the symptoms, such as number one, which kind of herbs we can use to treat the stop the bleeding, to stop the pain, because people have the spasm, then they have a bowel movement. And when the spasm stopped, the diarrhea stopped too, and also sending the clear yang qi. And if in the big later stages, there's no too much pathogen, we can use astringent herbs, stop the diarrhea, reduce the frequency. And also we want to mention some of the local treatment. That means the herbal enema, and that's a bunch of the herbs mainly in the clear heat and the detoxify category, and we can use to cooking and to use for the enema. Here is the procedures, and we don't have to go to detail. So that's the end of my presentation, and I want to share a little bit of my comment about this disease, because the disease, and usually is one formula you expecting to treat a secret formula, but actually this disease is as I have the stage. So especially in the beginning stage, more damp heat, we mainly treat for the damp heat, and later become like a spleen deficiency. When the pathogen went away, we need to tonify. And the later stage, because the local microcirculation problem, we needed to improve the circulation. So that's why it's not based on the pattern of the disease. We use a different formula for the different stages, which is a much better result. Again, this disease is not easy to treat, but our acupuncture and herbal medicine working together can help the people a lot. Such as it can reduce the side effect of the Western medicine drugs, and avoid the use of too much steroid. So we are confident to see, and the IBD, including ulcerative colitis and Crohn's disease, we can provide a good help. Thank you so much. And this ending my presentation. Enjoy your time. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Tian. Thank you for your presentation. The next speaker is Dr. Kevin Jiaxian Lu from British Columbia, Canada. Dr. Lu's presentation topic is acupuncture pilot study, acupuncture for post-COVID symptoms. Please welcome Dr. Lu.
Hello, everyone. Hi, thank you, Steve. Let me do this. Hi, good afternoon, everyone. Yeah. So first of all, thank you, Steve. Yeah. Thank you.
I think your presentation is still a bit blurry.
Okay. Yeah. Now there we go.
Yes.
Is it good now?
Yes.
Yeah. Now good. Okay. Make it here. Okay. So okay. So this is my honor. Yeah, thank you, everyone. Good afternoon. Yeah, in a beautiful day. This is my honor to be part of the second year of the TCM Cultural Week. Yeah, and to be one of the members of the participants. In this great event. Yeah, this is a good indeed. Yeah, everyone's effort and time, making this event so perfect every year. So I'm Kevin Lu. I'm a doctor of TCM. I'm practicing in British Columbia for 20 years, and I also teach in College of Chuji, International TCM College. So today in my presentation, I'm gonna share with you my project proposal of a pilot study of TCM for the post-COVID, for the quality of life of post-COVID patients. So also, this is also a group of hospital integration committee of the ATCMA, the British Association, British Columbian Association of TCM and Acupuncture. As we taking a look at the post-COVID symptoms, or post-COVID syndromes, and sometimes they call it long haulers from post-COVID. Yeah, we do see many people are, more and more people are suffering from this problem. And let me see, since this is my right here. Yeah, so we can see that in British Columbia, you can see over more than 300,000 people suffering from post-COVID. Actually, to be accurate, it should be they are recovered from the from COVID. Yeah, and according to some studies. Yeah, so this is one of the studies, one of the studies for identifying for post-COVID. In 2021. Yeah, so that was about in some other studies. Yeah, so about averagely, 37 of those. All of the people is recovered or partially recovered from COVID-19. They can be about 37%, and some studies showed 50%. Yeah, some maybe as high as even 45% of people after infection from COVID. Yeah, they suffer from 3 or more months. At least between 3 to 6 months. Yeah, after the COVID-19. Then we as we during our practice, it doesn't matter, Chinese medicine clinics or Western medicine clinics and the major, healthcare facilities as well. We do see, more and more people, suffering from post-COVID problems, issues. Then, let's take a look at the post-COVID symptoms. The symptoms, can be, we know that, they are multi-organ systems affected, from COVID-19. Especially afterwards, and like I said, especially the previous variants, such as Alpha, Delta, because, that was like 1 year or 2 years ago. They've been, suffering from those severe symptoms, or even, especially for those they needed to be hospitalized. So we can say that, the more or the more severe the symptoms, it's more likely the post-COVID symptoms can be, lasting longer or severer, or affecting the victims, quality of life. Then, so that we can see that, they're mostly, this is a systematic symptoms. We can see the fatigue. People suffer from fatigue and very, tiredness. This is a large percentage of people suffering from, fatigue, and the other part, we can see that in here. You can see it in here, right? These, all of these symptoms, they're about the, the neuropsychiatric conditions, the head, including headache, and attention disorder, insomnia, memory loss, anxiety, or some other, mental conditions, as well as these general systematic or neuropsychiatric conditions, problems. We know that, they're affecting, multi-organ systems in the body. So we can see that, COVID-19, even luckily, we know that the variants, especially Omicron, they seem, those variants, they seem to be or less, severe and less hospitalizing, conditions, than the previous ones, especially the early original ones. Then we can see that, especially the post-COVID symptoms, we can see in the clinical practice, we do see them, they suffer from the variants half a year ago or 1 year ago. Currently, the Omicron variants, they luckily, as far as I find, I have not had, much data, but from my perspective, they're less of the post-COVID symptoms, but so that's why now, mostly the post-COVID symptoms are from, the previous variants. Of course, there are of course some people, especially who have pre-existing conditions or illnesses or diseases or elderly, or sometimes we call it, some specific constitutions, from the perspective of Chinese medicine, for example, the obese, or for those that have, diabetes, or like I said, in TCM, they can be, in dampness, the constitution of dampness, especially, qi deficiency or dampness cold syndrome or constitution, the body type can be, easier to have, prolonged COVID, problems. So, sadly, last week we had the news of reporting a woman, suffering from long COVID, she started a process for medically assisted death， 就安乐死，加拿大第一例的安乐死，的申请呢，居然就是因为COVID 的后遗症。So this is kind of sad. Yeah, this is what she said. In the news. My choices are basically to die slowly and painfully or quickly. There are no options that are left. There are no treatment, no cure. So this is this is kind of sad, right? But from our practice, from our experience, we do believe there is an option. At least from another optional opinion, from the theory of traditional medicine, so we can see that, these symptoms are, what this woman had been suffering since the more than 1.5 years. Yeah, so severe fatigue. She's no longer reading a book or text, longer than a tweet. So meaning that, even without in a minute or two, she started becoming, fatigued, especially the focus or concentration, difficulty to digest food, GI disability, right? Taste or smell, lost, experienced also myocarditis, affecting her daily life, or especially life quality is so badly. So this is what this is the ultimate purpose of this this study, or in another word, promoting or letting people know there is an alternative option for post-COVID people. For people suffering from, this problem. So I also included some other studies, share with you that this study is characterizing long COVID in an international cohort study. It is about it has included or received more than 3,000 participants, and then internationally, from 56 countries, to collect the data from of those suffering from post-COVID conditions. And so that's why I think this is a very comprehensive study. Of course, one of the studies showing the conditions and the data for us to see the prevalence of post-COVID conditions, and internationally, like I said. So this is some of the symptoms, they have, analyzed that, you can see that the emotional, and mood, we know, as we can see that, almost, this is like a 90% of those suffering from long COVID, also defined as more than 3 to 6 months, after COVID. Then there's still, the symptoms, miscellaneous symptoms still exist. So 90% of them, they have the emotion and mood problems, and then most of them, they have anxiety, irritability, depression, and mood, disability, problems. Then we can see that the woman we mentioned for medically assisted death, she should be one of the victims suffering from psychiatric and emotional mental problem. So looking for aneurysm. So we can see that headaches or even hallucinations. There's some people they're suffering from them, and then sensory motor symptoms. Sensory motor symptoms are also more than 90%. of those people, they have this dizziness, vertigo, balancing problems, or numbness, sensation, etc. Yeah. So like we mentioned, as there are also neuropsychiatric symptoms. This group of the study, have analyzed, these data, for us, like about 80% of people, they have the, insomnia and difficulty falling asleep, insomnia problem, sleep problem, and then speech and language and memory. They also have shown, some, those, large amount, some amount of people, they do have this problem. More significantly, some of those non-neuropsychiatric symptoms, they can have, like a systematic, we can see that almost everyone, you see, almost all of them, they suffer from fatigue. Or they can, people can, complain, the shortness of breath, or, difficulty for, to continue, some certain of exertion. For example, walk even 5 or 10 minutes, or climbing steps for, even for young people or mid-aged people, they have, significantly affected the general energy, general energy. And in here, you can see that in here, this is a cognitive function. Cognitive can be also in one of the neuropsychiatric symptoms. So 90%, almost 90%, have the cognitive function, and almost all of them, all of those, they have brain fog. So this has been also been aware, more and more awareness, from the population and the news, and the news. So of course, this is the pulmonary shortness of breath, dry cough, still can be, lengthening, after the COVID infection. So the following studies, I'm showing you guys, for the some studies, for the efficacy of acupuncture for chronic fatigue syndrome. The CFS. So of course, I should not be able to include all of the studies. So some I have found some good ones, to show you. Some participants, and then those. This is the review. Review article. Of for the efficacy. The effect for chronic fatigue syndrome, found that evidence. So some patients, they have chronic fatigue syndrome may generally benefit from alleviation of symptoms by acupuncture treatment. So actually we can, as well as some studies, including for the acupuncture effect for the brain function or the hemodynamics. So this is a study, from Japan. So this is showing that acupuncture can be, applied to various psychiatric diseases and chronic pain, because of these economic mechanisms, mechanisms of the changes in the parasympathetic nervous activity, and can be also affecting the dystonia and the psychiatric diseases can be such as schizophrenia even, and then ADHD, so can be also beneficial beneficial. Yeah, because this is can be the potential effect on working on the hemodynamics of the brain. Yeah, this is also also common. Yeah, common that acupuncture is good for recovery of stroke. Yeah. So yeah, because so far, up to now, we don't find any good studies of acupuncture for post-COVID recovery. Yeah, or even there's some studies, or researchers from mainland China, also actually showing acupuncture is good for the COVID condition, but not post-COVID. We did find studies and researchers, from mainland China, mostly from mainland China, therefore treating the COVID conditions. Yeah, as early as 2020, the early onset or early outbreak, of COVID-19, as well as TCM herbal medicine treatment. Yeah. But for the post-COVID, for those people who have recovered, or like I said, partially recovered, because they're taking long time to suffering those symptoms. Yeah. So from the TCM perspective, we think those patients they're not completely recovered from COVID-19 condition because most of them, especially the English-speaking countries, in mainland China, there are actually many interventions, and some herbal medicine, for prevention or for treatment, even. But in non-Chinese speaking countries or areas, they may not be that commonly used, for those interventions. So not mentioning even not mentioning the post-COVID recovery. Yeah. So we do believe that the acupuncture and herbal medicine will be beneficial for the recovery of COVID patients. Yeah, and then of course shortening the recovery period or time. Yeah. So another study showing here, the potential benefit for recovering from COVID-19 is the neurotrophins, affecting the endogenous neurotransmitters, or those neurotrophins, etc., for the recovery of the central nervous system. Yeah, especially for, like we mentioned, the neuro psychiatric conditions. Yeah, for sleep, for the cognition, for cognitive functions, etc. Yeah, so those are also the some of the studies have collected to prove or to share with people, for them to understand the potential, or realize the potential effect of acupuncture for at least brain fog, for focus, for irritability, etc. For those post-COVID. Yeah, they can be affecting the serotonin, oxytocin, those factors for the brain function. Another study showing that the endocannabinoid system, so acupuncture may produce different beneficial effects, via this, the endocannabinoid system. Yeah, so for those, they have chronic pain, or for mood stability, function. Yeah. So also interactive dynamic scalp acupuncture. Yeah. So one of the points selected for in this study to treat for those post-COVID patients. Yeah. We will propose to do scalp acupuncture. Yeah. Only on the head. We do know that, acupuncture or body acupuncture or the acupoints, on the on the extremities, they do, have effect, for recovery of stroke or hemodynamics in the brain, etc., etc. Yeah, but in this study, we want them to be simpler. Yeah, focus on scalp acupuncture. Scalp acupuncture for insomnia, for have these effect. Yeah, have these effect. So one of the acupoints, the points we chose, in this study for, basically the 四神冲. We do 四神冲, 四神冲, because they have, it consists of 4 acupoints instead of 1. Yeah, so they may have good effect, or a larger area of the stimulation on the head, on the scalp. Yeah, and then 四神冲 can be also one of the most commonly used for neurocognitive related disorders. Yeah, as well as it is very safe. It is very safe in the scalp, even though they could be scary for some people. But as long as we can explain to patients, then the 四神冲 can be very safe. Yeah, because it's at least safe, with the protection of the skull. This is easy to be standardized. 四神冲 standardized. We don't have to choose different acupoints. So all we just do 四神冲. Because this is simple, good for even the new graduates of acupuncture, practitioners. They're able to do it, and then it's very safe. Very safe. And this is the study procedure. We're gonna propose to do some size of 10 to 50. Not too much, not too many, because this is still the pilot study. Patients can be from different sources, and then the patient inclusion can be according to the standard mentioned in this study. This is we will keep making more details. Finalize this proposal. The treatment plan can conclude 16 sessions. 16 sessions, and then the each session can be done by the scoring of SF36 questionnaire, because the SF36 questionnaire is one of the okay, let me see, showing here. This is an assessment and evaluation. This is short form 36. It's a set of self-reporting, very widely accepted use for quality of life measures. And then including these factors. They are the very well accepted SF36 questionnaire form. Then after we have the data, we will be presenting this data, introducing the data to this network. This is our goal. The post-COVID interdisciplinary clinical network. It contains family doctors, nurse, and physio, OTs, social workers, and then if we are able to be included into one of these professions. Yeah, so this is our goal. Yeah, acupuncture. One acupuncture be here. Yeah, to help. By showing the data. Of potential benefits. For post-COVID patients. Yeah. So yeah, that's it. Thank you for the time and attention. If anyone interested in I do need more advisors and good opinions and advisors. Yeah, so please contact us. At atcma.org. Yeah, or contact me, or contact the the group interested in joining, be one of the participants, practitioners or treatments. Yeah, so hopefully we will go ahead with this and help people, more and more British Columbians to be beneficial from acupuncture treatment. And then there's a theory, there is an option for treatment for post-COVID problem. So thank you again. Thank you everything. Thank you everyone.
Thank you, Dr. Lu. Thank you for your presentation. We now have a 30 minutes break. Thank you for all the speakers in the morning. We will be back at 1:30 p.m. Vancouver local time.
Thank you. Enjoy the day. Enjoy the rest of the cultural week.
Hello, everyone. Currently tuning to the live stream session. My name is Steve Wu. I'm from British Columbia, Canada. I will be presenting the topic TCM Acupuncture for post-COVID treatment. So before I start, let me introduce the inventor for the UTCMH acupuncture system. And the inventor is Dr. Rogan Li. Professor Li, with a doctoral degree in traditional Chinese medicine, is a disciple of Dr. Ziming Liu, one of the renowned national TCM masters in China. Professor Li mentored post-secondary doctoral students and taught in many international TCM colleges. His main research interest is acupuncture. Drawing on over 30 years of teaching and clinical practice experiences, he developed the UTCMH acupuncture treatment system, and also the book UTCMH Science of Acupuncture. In the period between 2017 to 2020, Professor Li gave over 30 lectures benefiting over 10,000 TCM practitioners and acupuncturists around the world. So what is UTCMH acupuncture? Basically, it's a theory that integrates the theories and concepts described from the ancient Chinese dialect in numerous acupuncture classics and fuses into a systematic, replicable, and repeatable treatment methodology. And it also supplements the existing theories to include the concept of Shenyou and qi circulation balance treatment principles. So in a sense, if kind of system categorized into foundation of UTCMH meridian qi circulations, UTCMH study of disease etiology and pathology, UTCMH study of Shenyou theory and its applications, foundation of UTCMH three-tier holistic theory, and foundation of UTCMH yang tonification system. So what is UTCMH clinical practice methodology? It correlates the TCM diagnosis to the previously mentioned theories to create a standardized acupuncture point prescription framework to formulate a tailored treatment prescription. And it also documents and compares the Acupoints characteristics in relation to combination use with other Acupoints. And then it describes the different needling techniques to achieve the treatment effect. So basically, it kind of has 5 chapters: UTCMH study of acupuncture points, UTCMH study of clinical acupuncture treatment strategies, UTCMH study of clinical TCM diagnosis, UTCMH study of acupuncture techniques, and UTCMH study of acupuncture prescriptions. So we're going to the post-COVID conditions. Ever since COVID-19 outbreak started in March 2020 in British Columbia, Canada, it forever changed the lives of every British Columbians. As of July 2022, with the latest BA.5 variant rampaging through the province, more than 376,000 British Columbians were diagnosed, with accumulated number of more than 25,000 people today were admitted to hospitals because of COVID. In Canada, a total of 4.04 million reported cases as of July 19th. Unfortunately, the virus is not done with us yet, with the suspected fourth wave brewing on the horizon. As more people get infected in BC and across Canada, a significant portion of those recover from the sickness are still experiencing so-called long COVID syndrome. It's a sequelae of post-COVID disorders such as coughing, short of breath, fatigue, joint pain, chest pain, headache, memory concentration issue, sleeping issue, anxiety, depression, loss of smell or taste, impacting the quality of life that can either last for months or possibly life-altering. And many patients are in their prime when they infected with COVID. Now they are battling the excruciating pain and recurring symptoms every day, ever since they are COVID negative. Some patients, however, explore assisted suicide option because not only they had lost hope of complete recovery, but their financial well-being are also in jeopardy. The symptoms reported from the patient experiencing long COVID include they only can able to read a few pages of book before experiencing extreme fatigue and headache. They only can move between bed and sofa without exhaustion. They have blurring vision around sunset, difficulty digesting food, altered sense of taste and smell, and sometimes they also have difficulty breathing, brain fog, memory issue, speech issue, and etc. So with TCM and acupuncture, we have the knowledge to strengthen our qi and mind. We have the tools to manage pain and to balance our bodies. Thus, we have opportunities to support the post-COVID patients on their road to recovery, helping them to manage their symptoms, aiding them to control pain, and possibly assist them to regain their health before COVID. As well as we can support people recovering from post-vaccine syndromes, aiding them to get back to their life. So here is a table based from the post-COVID conditions from WHO. So the symptoms are cough, short of breath, brain fog, fatigue, trouble speaking, anxiety, depression, low-grade fever, loss of smell, loss of taste, chest pain, and muscle aches. And especially short of breath, brain fog, and fatigue are the most common ones. And so we apply the TCM diagnosis to identify whether this type of conditions are excess or deficiency from TCM point of view. Most of them are considered deficiency of qi and yin. Only chest pain and muscle aches could be excess due to they could be the cause of blood stagnation. And these symptoms are caused by interior pathogens in TCM term because it's related to the body function issues. And the organs that involved, for example, in the cough and short of breath, is related to the lung. Brain fog could be related to the kidney. Fatigue related to the lung, kidney, and spleen. And trouble speaking relates to spleen. Anxiety and depression relates to the liver, which controls the emotions. Loss of smell and loss of taste could be related to the lung and spleen. And so the concept of principles from ETCMH acupuncture system for post-COVID treatment can be summarized given the organs that are being affected. And so many of these 5 principles are used in post-COVID treatment. First one is the setting mountain on fire, which can stimulate the qi circulation. Next is a qi sanzang, which can strengthen the qi in lung, spleen, and kidney. Yin sanzang to nourish yin in lung, liver, and kidney. And major and minor qi circulation can strengthen or nourish all 12 meridians. And 12 meridian qi circulation can strengthen the lung, spleen, liver, and kidney organs. So here I have 3 clinical case studies shared from Professor Lee. The first clinical case study is a student male, 10 years old, post-COVID, fever, fatigue, headache, poor appetite, sore throat, and dry cough. And his medical history is the patient was diagnosed with bronchitis by the physician a year ago. Symptoms included coughing, profuse phlegm, itchy throat, tried both Western medications and TCM herbal formula treatment for over a year, but did not result in significant improvement. So when the patient came for visit, the TCM diagnosis is that this is an example of pre-existing sore throat condition together with post-COVID inherent qi and yin deficiency. And so the UTCH acupuncture principles that we use is qi san zang, yin san zang, major and minor qi circulation, and 12 meridian qi circulation. And these principles would be to strengthen the qi, nourish the yin, to resolve the phlegm, and to stop the cough. And the acupuncture points that I use is round 7, 列缺, round 5, 指责, round 1, 中府, kidney 6, 造海, spleen 6, 三阴交, stomach 36, 足三里, round 10, 鱼际, and round 9, 太渊, kidney 3, 太溪, and spleen 3, 太白. So here is the patient's treatment schedule. So on the December 4th, 2021, in the patient's initial visit, the patient described the symptoms. And the symptoms was diagnosed as a sore throat due to deficiency of qi and yin. On December 8th, the second treatment, the patient reported reduced symptoms with no phlegm in the next day after treatment. He's still experiencing coughing, less phlegm, itchy throat, and poor appetite. Then on December 15th, he reported that the itchy throat symptom was reduced, appetite was improved. On December 18th, after the treatment, the patient spit out a chunk of phlegm. Itchy throat symptoms diminished. Then on January 3rd, after the treatment, the patient's symptoms of coughing, phlegm, itchy throat, and poor appetite all resolved. And on January 5th, the patient continued the treatment to strengthen his body condition. And in the next 4 treatments, on January 7th, the patient continued. On January 22nd, the patient reported that after the treatment, the symptoms of fever, fatigue, headache, poor appetite, sore throat, dry cough are all almost gone. Taking the PCR test next day showed positive indication. So the patient caught the COVID. So after 5 days with PCR test showed negative result, the patient come back to continue the treatment. And so on February 9th, the final visit, the patient completely resolved his post-COVID symptoms and pre-existing conditions. So the total 23 visits over 10 weeks. The next clinical case study is to relate to a female 33-year-old post-COVID, slight fever, cold limbs, night sweat, spontaneous sweating, fatigue, and sore uncomfortableness. And her medical history is follows. The patient had insomnia, depression, digestive issue for 2 years. These symptoms had gotten worse. Hot in the upper body, were cold in 4 limbs. And she has night sweat, spontaneous sweating, headache, fatigue, dry tongue, thin white tongue coating, and sweaty rapid pulse. And her TCM diagnosis is that it's an example of pre-existing depression together with post-COVID due to inherent yin and yang deficiency. And the UTCM acupuncture principles used are set mountain on fire to stimulate the qi circulation, major and minor qi circulation to strengthen and nourish the extraordinary meridians, and 12 meridian qi circulation to strengthen and nourish all 12 meridians. The acupuncture point used are round 7 列缺, round 5 指责, round 1 中府, kidney 6 造海, stomach 36 足三里, round 10 鱼际, and CV4 关元, CV12 中脘. And so here is the treatment schedule. So on the October 1st, 2022, on January 10th, 2022, the initial visit, the patient described the symptoms of insomnia, depression, The patient felt hot upper body, were cold in the forelimbs. And other symptoms also include light neck sweat, spontaneous sweating, headache, lassitude, dry tongue. The TCM diagnosis was depression due to deficiency of yin and yang. Then on January 29th, the patient reported that she was infected with COVID on January 12th with the symptoms of fever, fatigue, headache, poor appetite, sore uncomfortableness, and the PCR test after 5 days showed negative indication, but the symptoms of feeling hot on upper body, cold in, night sweat still persist. Then on January 31st, the patient reported no more night sweat with reduced symptoms of insomnia after the treatment. The digestive issue and depressions are all improved. Then on February 2nd, the patient reported no symptoms of night sweat, headache, and was noticeably reduced. Remaining symptoms include feeling hot on the upper body, cold limbs, and spontaneous sweating and fatigue. Continuing the next 4 treatments on February 5th to February 17th. In the final visit, the patient reported that she experienced no more symptoms of insomnia, digestive issues, depression, and hardness on upper body, or spontaneous sweating or fatigue. And her forelimbs felt noticeably warm. She also reported that she felt that her sore being moisturized and the hardness on her chest cooling down during the course of treatment. The last clinical case study is related to a male, 48 years old, post-COVID, shoulder and back coldness and pain in the past 10 months after recovery from COVID. Symptoms include cold limbs, frequent night urination, fatigue, pale tongue, signified coding, and weak pulse. His TCM diagnosis is that it's an example of shoulder and back pain due to yang deficiency. And the principles from TCM acupuncture system used are setting the mountain on fire to stimulate the qi circulation, major and minor qi circulation to strengthen and nourish the extraordinary meridians, 12 meridian qi circulation to strengthen and nourish all 12 meridians. The acupuncture point used are kidney 3 Tai Si, spleen 3 Tai Bai, stomach 36 to Sanli, CV4 Guan Yuan, CV12 Zhong Wan, CV20 Bai Hui, kidney 1 Yong Quan, and CV14 Da Zui, and CV4 Ning Men. So here is the treatment schedule with only 2 treatments. First treatment on January 22nd, the initial visit, which the TCM diagnosis was back pain due to the deficiency of yang. Then on January 26th, the patient reported reduced symptoms of coldness and pain on the shoulder and back. He also felt warmness in the extremities, and the symptoms were resolved right after the hour-long treatment. So hopefully with this presentation, for people that experience post-COVID, maybe you will give a chance to your acupuncturist or TCM practitioner in your local area a visit. Maybe they will be able to help you to resolve some of the symptoms. And that concludes my presentation. Thank you. So since we have time a little bit early, we'll wait until 2 o'clock to have Professor Lee's presentation.
是你放的最大，放最大吗？Ladies and gentlemen, good evening. First of all, thank you for coming to share experience and knowledge during epidemic. Today, my topic is TCM Acupuncture clinical case study for internal medicine, dermatology, and more. Today, I'm very grateful to share with you the experience of TCM Acupuncture method. I wish you in the future clinical practice to use TCM Acupuncture, carry it forward, help patients in need. Today, my lecture including part 1, TCM Acupuncture prevention and treatment for lung disease. Part 2, TCM Acupuncture treatment for eczema. Part 3, TCM Acupuncture treatment for ESS. Then, conclusion. The first part to share with you is TCM Acupuncture prevention and treatment for lung disease. In seasons such as autumn, winter, and spring, we are easy to catch lung disease such as common cold. In today's lecture, I will share 2 clinical case studies to demonstrate the application of TCM Acupuncture system. I keep going. Clinical case study 1, lung disease prevention. Patient, 43 years old, lives in Vancouver, has symptoms including cough and fatigue. She is very easy to catch a cold. For the past 5 years, she came for initial treatment on March 5th, 2016. TCM diagnosis is lung qi deficiency. Acupuncture formula including lung 9, kidney 3, stomach 36, range 4 to 20, and lung 1. We continue. Course of treatment. In this case, we use tonified lung qi 2 times per week, continue for 6 months. Result. The patient stopped cough, feeling more energy. She reported that since the treatment, she seldom catch cold. From significant number of clinical practice, the TCM Acupuncture system demonstrates significant result in lung disease prevention. Then we continue case 2 study. Lung disease treatment. The patient, male, 60 years old, weak cough, asthma for 5 years, clear phlegm with a white thin color, poor appetite, shortness of breath, chest tight feeling, fatigue, pale tongue, white tongue coating, and weak pulse. In this case, TCM diagnosis is lung qi deficiency cough Then we continue. In this case, acupuncture formula include long 8, large 1, spleen 3, and stomach 36. We continue. Course of treatment. In this case, 3 times per week, continue for 4 months. Procedure. 25 bilateral side, spleen 3, stomach 36. Second, as 25 bilateral side, long 8 and large 1. Treatment result. The patient report both weak cough and asthma had not relapsed over a year. This completed treatment. From significant number clinical practice, the TCM Acupuncture system demonstrates significant result in long disease treatment. Then we continue part 2. TCM Acupuncture treatment for eczema. Eczema in traditional Chinese medicine is inflammatory skin condition that cause itchiness, dry skin, rashes, blister, and skin infection. In this lecture, I will share clinical case on how to use the TCM Acupuncture system to heal dampness heat type eczema. Then we go to the case. Please see the case study. It's dampness heat type eczema treatment. The patient, male, 16 years old, high school student, live in Vancouver, diagnosis with allergic eczema. Itch eczema spotted on both hand, neck, and face. Also on fingers, which are swollen with red thickened skin. The body fluid come out. His tongue is red with thick yellow greasy tongue coating. His pulse is slippery and rapid. We continue. This case, TCM diagnosis is dampness heat type eczema. Acupuncture formula include large 11, long 5, large 4, long 10, spleen 6, spleen 9, stomach 44, range 3, stomach 36, and range 4. In the TCM Acupuncture system, the treatment principle is clear heat, eliminating dampness, regulating the qi. Now we continue. Acupuncture procedure. First, use reduced technique to clear heat on large intestine 11 and long 5 bilateral. Next, we use reduced technique to clear heat on large 4 and long 10 bilateral. Next, we use reduced technique on range 3. Next, we use 25 technique on range 4. Next, we use even technique on spleen 9 bilateral. Next, we use 25 technique on stomach 36 bilateral side. Next, we use even technique on spleen 6 Finally, we use reduced technique to clean heat on stomach 44 bilateral side. Then we continue. Course treatment. 3 times per week, continue for 3 months. Treatment result. Compare this picture. We can conclude significant result with TCM acupuncture system transforming the patient hand from the skin ulcer with the fluid to heal with newly generated skin. Then we keep going, go to part 3. Part 3, TCM acupuncture treatment for ESS. ESS belong to group of malignant tumors. ESS lack clear clinical manifestations, so it's difficult to diagnose before surgery. Clinical case study. Patient, female, 65 years old, diagnosis with ESS, medical history. She underwent 10 chemotherapy sessions in Shanghai City after she was diagnosed with ESS in December 1992. Then she removed her right ovary, followed by 22 sessions of radiotherapy in Vancouver General Hospital. She also had intestine bypass performed. Her oral antibiotic prescription was started in 2014, but stopped in 2016 due to drug resistance. So she started monthly infusion of antibiotics at Broadway Central Hospital. We continue. In 2017, she began the targeted anti-cancer drug therapy, but after 1 year into the treatment, the outcome was dismal. The physician informed the patient that no treatment can be done. On March 1st, 2018, the BC Cancer Agency recommended palliative care. On July 6, 2018, the patient through recommendations of friend come to think for acupuncture treatment. Initial assessment. The patient was in agony, needing oral pain medications every 2 hours. Her right abdomen had the tube from the intestine bypass. Both lower limbs show severe edema. Her red blood cell count was never needing blood transfusion because recurring infection from the bypass tube. She had to visit ER every 20 days to receive antibiotic treatment. TCM, through TCM examination, the patient was observed to have cold limbs, dark purple tongue, and weak deep pulse. The West medicine doctor notified the patient's family that chemotherapy was impossible due to the patient's very weak condition. In addition, due to bacterial resistance, the patient was also told the effectiveness of antibiotics was very limited. There was not much that can be done for the severe edema on both of her legs as well. Now we continue. This case TCM diagnosis is kidney iron deficiency. Now we continue. Acupuncture formula, obviously acupuncture prescription, include 220, kidney 1, ring 4, ring 12, kidney 3, spleen 3, stomach 36, heart 8, stomach 2, and spleen 6. The treatment principle is reference to the concept in the foundation of UTCMH Young tonification system. Establish triangular 脏器 circulation and tonification. Activating of ring do circulation to raise and tonify yang. Tonify the yang cells and the pivot of meridian channels. Regulate the yang bank to 三角. Link the root of yin and yang. Then we continue. Acupuncture procedure. First, use tonify technique, setting mountain on fire technique to tonify kidney 1 bilateral side. Next, we use the same setting mountain on fire technique to tonify kidney 3, spleen 1, and stomach 36 bilateral side. Next, we use setting mountain on fire technique to tonify ring 4. Next, use tonify technique to raise yang on ring 12 and do 20. Next, we use tonify technique to tonify the qi on 三焦 2 and heart 8 bilateral. Finally, we use tonify technique to nourish the yin on spleen 6 bilateral side. Then we continue. Treatment result. The edema on both patient legs disappear after 20 days into the treatment. The red blood cell count was almost normal after 4 months treatment. The patient was able to reduce the dosage on the pain medications and extended the intake interval from every 2 hours to every 8 hours. The patient reduced the hospital visit to receive antibiotics. CT scan at the February 2019 revealed signs of tumor shrinkage. The patient continued with treatment. She was able to regain some sense of normalcy for 3 years. Then we continue. The TCM Acupuncture system not only can address pain syndrome, but also tonify the body function and abilities to raise the patient red blood cell count, to stimulate the patient immune response, to minimize infections, thus reduce the side effect associated with antibiotic influence, tonify the patient immune system to limited tumor growth, to improve the patient quality life, to benefit the patient mental state of well-being, to prolong patient life. Then we go to the final part. Conclusion. The TCM Acupuncture system combines innovation at the acupuncture classic foundation with powerful, practical, and effective needling technique in clinical practice to prevent and to treat body illness. The system stronger emphasizes the concept of being one with heaven and being in sync with heaven. Its acupoint selections, its acupoint formula, composition, and his needling procedure. Its needling fundamentally including TCM style needle handling, TCM style hand pressure, TCM style needle insertion, TCM style needle retention, and TCM style needle withdrawal. Its needling technique include TCM style 神游, TCM style flat needle technique, and TCM style 3 needle technique. We continue. The TCM acupuncture system is especially suitable in clinical practice. Its applications cover improve physical fitness, improve immunity and preventing, treatment, and recover various intractable diseases in medical field, such as internal medicine, gynecology disorder, dermatology, and ENT. Thank you very much for joining the 2022 World TCM and Acupuncture Week. Thank you again. I wish see you next year. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Professor Lee. Thank you for your presentation. The next speaker is Mr. Nanzhou from British Columbia, Canada. His presentation topic is a brief overview of the healthcare system in Canada. Please welcome Mr. Zhou.
Hey, good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for having me here. Before I do my presentation, I would like to begin by respectfully acknowledging that I'm giving a speech on this traditional, ancestral, and unceded territory of Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh Nation. Okay, so now I'm going to show my presentation. So I'm going to share my screen.
Oh, by the way, Mr. Zhou, your voice is a little bit low, so maybe.
Oh, okay. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, better, hey? Okay, I just changed my earphone a little bit, so it's probably better now. Okay, is it better, Steve?
Now I can hear some noise.
You can hear some noise. Okay, perhaps let me close my door. So maybe that's the window.
No, it's like a static noise.
Oh, okay. Is it
Yeah,
okay?
it's good now.
It's good now. Okay, so I'll start sharing my screen now.
Sorry, the noise comes back again.
Oh, I don't know what's going on. I think someone is mowing the lawn outside of my house. So is it better now?
It's the static noise. So when it's maybe related to your earphone.
My earphone, okay.
Yes, now it's better.
Okay, so you know what? I don't use my earphone. How about that?
Yes, now it's good.
Okay, so I'm just gonna use my speakers on my computer, so that's probably better. Okay, perfect. So now I'm gonna do this presentation. So I think today I'm gonna give a very quick introduction about our healthcare system. My name is Lenny Zhou. I'm one of the senior managers working at BC Children's Hospital under Provincial Health Services Authority. It's really my pleasure to be here and to to be invited by Mr. Lee, Professor Lee, to giving this presentation. I think Canadian healthcare system is very different from China, so a lot of misunderstanding, especially for the new immigrants. There might be some misunderstanding about our healthcare system. So today I'm going to give you a very brief introduction. What is our history and how we become our healthcare system today, and what are the challenges, what are the problems, and what are the benefits. Hopefully from today's presentation, you're going to have a general idea how our Canadian system looks like. Okay, so before the presentation disclosures, I have no actual or potential conflict of interest nor financial relationship in relation to this presentation. And this presentation does not represent BC Children's Hospital nor Provincial Health Services Authority. Okay, agenda. Here is what I'm going to talk about today. So first, I'm from BC Children's Hospital. I'm going to give a very quick introduction about the hospital, and then talk about a little bit about the history of our Canadian healthcare system, and talk about one of the very, very important federal legislation. It's called the Canada Health Act, and also the strengths and the challenges facing in our health system. Okay, about BC Children's Hospital. So I think for people living in Vancouver, living in BC, I'm pretty sure you heard of this hospital. This is our logo. It's a pretty iconic logo in the province of BC. And we are managed by the Provincial Health Services Authority, PHSA, which is one of the 7 health authorities in the province of British Columbia. So I think, this is the logo for PHSA. Probably we don't have time to talk about all the health authorities, but a very quick introduction. All the public health services in BC are managed by these 7 health authorities in BC. And we are the only tertiary care facility for children in the province. So some of you may heard of, we have 3 different levels of health services: primary care, secondary care, and tertiary care. Tertiary care is the most complex and the most expensive health services. And we are the only hospital can provide tertiary care service for children for the entire province. And with our Tech Acute Care Center just opened in November 2017, it used to be the largest capital project in the whole province. This is the picture of the new building. The new building, I think, cost $650 million. It used to be the largest capital project in the whole province. And also, you probably heard of this very famous magazine called Newsweek. So every year they publish the hospital ranking in the world. So we rank number 6 in the latest ranking among the world best pediatric hospital. So we're really proud of being one of the top pediatric hospitals in the entire world.
Excuse me, Mr. Yeah. Your slide is not switching to a different slide. It always.
Interesting. Yeah, I don't know what's going on here. Okay, you know what? Let me present this way.
Oh yeah, it's working. Yeah, I can see different slide now.
Yeah, but probably I can't show the animation anymore. Yeah.
Maybe okay. Click the. Yeah, try again.
Can you see it now?
No.
No. Okay. You know what? I'll just present this way. So there's no animation, but you can still see all my slides. Okay.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Sorry about this technical problem, everyone. So yeah, I just talked about we were number 6 among the best pediatric hospital in the entire world. So very proud of that. And apart from that, we offer the world-class specialty services to children. We do like cancer care, the pediatric cardiology surgery, and the spine surgery, neurosurgery, all very, very special and world-class specialty services to the children in British Columbia. And there are some pictures about our hospital. Feel free to have a visit in the hospital. It's very beautiful, and it's a huge campus in the hospital. Okay, so here about BC Children's Hospital. Now I'm going to talk about the brief history about Canadian healthcare system. So, okay, so the first hospital in Canada was created in 1639 in Quebec City by a religion group. So of course, at that time, there's no Canada yet. We know the Canada Confederation was in 1867. So the first hospital in Canada has more than 200 years earlier than Canada as a country. And also the other thing I want to mention that is the first hospital in United States was established in 1751. As you can see, it's more than 100 years after the first hospital in Canada. So in Canada, our healthcare or our hospital has a long history. Prior to 1947, so there's a little government involvement in healthcare services. Everything is privately funded, privately delivered. So at that time, access to health services was considered as a privilege for people with money. And a lot of people without money, they are not able to accept health services they need. By 1947, in the province of Saskatchewan in Canada, they first implement a universal provincial public insurance, but that time only covered the hospital care in Saskatchewan. But we need to remember a very famous person. His name is Tommy Douglas. Because of his advocate as a premier in Saskatchewan, so make the province become the first province in Canada implement such a universal health services, health insurance. So he is well respected by all the Canadians. In 2004, CBC, the Canadian Broadcast Corporation, they actually had a survey to ask Canadians to name the greatest Canadian in history. Tommy Douglas ranked number 1, ahead of many prime ministers, many politicians in Canada. So that tells you the tremendous respect we have for Tommy Douglas. And after that, other provinces start using the similar insurance as Saskatchewan. And back in 1961, also in the province of Saskatchewan, they first extended the insurance to cover all physician service, not only the hospital services. But at the beginning, there's a strong pushback from the physicians group. It was opposed very seriously by the physicians. They were on strike for 23 days in a row. So it's really hard to imagine now, 23 days, there's no medical service in the province. They did a strike, finally made an agreement, made a compromise with the government. So successfully in Saskatchewan, they implement the first universal insurance, not only hospital service, but all other medical service. After that, again, other province follow the same plan as Saskatchewan. In 1982, that's a very important milestone year in Canadian history because we had the Charter of Rights and Freedom. So in this charter, in the section number 7, it says everyone has right to life, liberty, and security. So from that interpretation, so that's the first time actually giving us the confidence that healthcare is a basic human right. What does that mean? That means regardless your job, regardless your skin color, regardless the language you speak, regardless the religion you worship, we all under the same protection. We have the same human rights as a medical service. In 1984, that's another very important year in healthcare history in Canada. Our Canada Health Act has passed. This is the most important legislation for our healthcare system. Our current healthcare system is actually built up, on top of this Canada Health Act. It is the foundation of our healthcare system in Canada. So let's spend some time talk about this Canada Health Act, CHA. So it sets up the primary objective of Canadian healthcare policy is to protect, promote, and restore the physical and mental well-being of residents of Canada, and to facilitate the reasonable access to health services without financial barriers. Two important words here, which I highlighted in bold. Residents. So they didn't use the words citizen. So regardless if you are temporary residents, permanent residents, or a citizen, you are covered under this Canada Health Act. So as we all know, like international students, they come to Canada to study, they are also covered under our medical insurance. The other important words is without financial barriers. So that means in Canada, accessing health services is not based on the income, not based on the money you have, but based on your medical condition. The urgent patient will receive the medical service faster. The non-urgent patient will wait and give the medical resource to the urgent patients so they can access healthcare. And the other thing is that the province constitutionally responsible for the administration and the delivery of health services, not the federal government, but the province. So, for instance, in our hospital, like the Justin Trudeau, the Liberal government, they have no control with how our hospital runs. But the provincial government will report directly to the Provincial Health Services Authority under the Provincial Health Ministry. But the federal government, they will do something else instead. So they will transfer a payment to each province, so it covers some of the healthcare cost. This payment is called Canada Health Transfer. This is about 23 to 25% of our provincial healthcare budget. So as you can see, that's a very big money. Some of you heard from the news just recently, I think 2 weeks ago, that all the premiums in Canada, they come to BC to negotiate with the federal government to increase that from 22% to 35%. Let's see how that goes. So that's how we receive the money from the federal government. So I hope I made that clear. So the federal government, they do not manage our hospital directly, but instead they will give us some money. But to receive this money, we have to follow a set of conditions. Those are the 5 principles in Canadian healthcare system. Those are the most fundamental principles in Canada healthcare system. The first one is called public administration. So each province, the insurance plan or medical service plan must be operated by a public non-profit authority. So as we know in British Columbia, this is Ministry of Health, manage our MSP, the Medical Service Plan Program. The second is comprehensiveness. So all necessary medical service must be covered. So here, the terminology is medically necessary. Like for example, if you want to do a cosmetic surgery, this is not covered because this is not considered as a medically necessary. But all other medical service are considered as comprehensiveness, considered as our necessary medical service. Third one is called universality. So that means the entire province, entire population must be covered. So we cannot see, oh, we cover the, I don't know, senior people, but we don't cover the young people. We can't do that. So the entire population must be covered under this plan. The first one is called portability. So that means the benefits, the medical insurance must be portable from province to the other province. For instance, if you are visiting, I don't know, Ontario for your vacation and you need to use the health service there, it must be covered under Ontario's medical service plan. The last one is called accessibility. That means we should have a uniform terms and condition without any discrimination. We cannot have one set of condition for healthy people, another set of a condition with, for the people with chronic disease. We can do that. So accessibility. So we have a very uniform term and condition without any discrimination. So those five principles, as you can see, our MSP program in BC all satisfy these five principles. Those are five most important principles in Canadian healthcare system. Again, public administration, comprehensiveness, universality, portability, and accessibility. Okay, so next, let's talk about under this medical Canada Health Act. What are the features in the our healthcare system? Well, so what are the differences between other countries? So let's take a look. First, I think, as I mentioned earlier, the medical services are provided based on the needs, not affordability. So the patient with urgent needs, they will receive the service in priority. And not patient with money, or not patient with money, or with a relationship, or with authority. So that's a very good features in our healthcare system. The medical condition determines the priority and urgency. So I probably don't have time to elaborate here more because the time constraint here. But in our medical service, from emergency department to surgery to long-term care to medical imaging, different services, we all have a well-defined evidence-based criteria determining which patient is more urgent than others. Okay, so the next one is we provide excellent quality of care, especially under the urgent condition. Because when patients have urgent condition, like the trauma patients in the emergency department, all the medical resources are focusing on rescuing the patients. So the medical outcome for those urgent patients is pretty good. And we have a very relatively low administration cost. What I mean by that is probably in Canada or in BC, you didn't see too many advertisement for healthcare service. Right, so obviously, we didn't see too many advertisements for BC Children's Hospital because we are all public. We don't need to advocate ourselves. We don't need to do a lot of those marketing strategy. And from patients' perspective, as you can imagine, all those marketing costs are wasted because they are not in direct patient care. So from that perspective, our administration cost is relatively low, and we use all those money focusing on patient care. The next one is, healthcare is a big industry in Canada. 10.8% of the GDP is spent in healthcare in Canada every year. That is huge. And to comparison, I think to put that into perspective, I think in China it's only about 4 or 5%, and this is in Canada it's about 11%. And our population is, as you guys know, we are 40 times more than what China has. And also, healthcare is a big industry, as I mentioned. 1 in 10 Canadians works in healthcare-related industry. And healthcare expense are the most in the provincial budget for our province. So in BC, our healthcare budget is almost half of our budget. I think the second one is education, about 10%, but for the healthcare, it's about 45% of all the provincial budget spending in healthcare. So as you can see, healthcare is very, very big in Canada, in BC. The other about the primary care, primary healthcare services. Primary care is, one patient had a medical complaint, medical concerns, where they go first. We know in China, people all go to hospital. People got sick, they go hospital, very straightforward. But here we go to family doctor. So family doctor is our primary healthcare providers, not hospital. So in fact, over 70% of our healthcare services are provided outside of healthcare hospital. Like if you see your family doctor, if you want to do your blood test, you do a medical imaging, you do the the rehab service. Those are all done in the community, not in the hospital. But on the other side, the service offered in the hospital is the most expensive healthcare services. I have so many numbers here, but again, due to time constraint, I'm not going to elaborate more. Okay, so continue about the features. Hospital administrators. So that's also a very interesting question. A lot of people actually confused about that. So in Canada, most hospitals and most doctors, they are self-employed. They do not operate hospital, and they do not belong to each hospital. In the hospital, it's professionals like me. We are the one manage and operate the hospital. Like in BC Children's Hospital, from president to vice president to director to manager, we are not doctors. We are the professional people. We are the one manage and operate the hospital. For doctors, their job is to provide treatment, provide care to patients. So we make sure they focus on the area that require their knowledge and experience. And because most doctors, they do not belong to the hospital, so they do not receive compensation from the hospital, but they receive the money directly from the Ministry of Health in BC. Okay, also the other features, I think some of you, probably are very familiar, in healthcare system in Canada is, we know the protection of patient privacy is really, really critical in Canada. So, it's probably not one of the, the number one concerns, we really protect patient privacy. And the other thing is all around healthcare services. So like from allied health, support services, pharmacy, dietitian, rehab, even spiritual care and social assist. So our goal is not discharge patient from the hospital. Our goal is to make sure they back to the community. They can continue their work or study. So that's our ultimate goal. Not like in other countries, when people discharge from the hospital, they are not patient anymore. No, actually, we provide all around care of patient, make sure they recover well, they can go back to the community. And also, we have done very good job for the special health services like telehealth, especially during the pandemic. We have done a lot of telehealth, so to avoid this face-to-face appointment. Also, palliative care. Hospice to those cancer late phase patients, cancer treatment, mental health, our service to LGBTQ population, and our doctor-assisted death program. So that's always make sure the people with special needs, they also receive this health services in a very diligent way. So very important as well. So now I'm talking about all the good things, but of course, in Canada, we are facing a big challenge in terms of our healthcare system. So next, I'm going to talk about the challenges. The number one challenge, based on my experience in Canada, in healthcare system, is staffing shortage. So I think this year is my 15 years working in healthcare industry in Canada. So this is a long-standing issue. We have insufficient health human resources in Canada, especially in BC. So probably some of you still remember a couple of years ago, our hospital, BC Children's Hospital, we have to cut 25% of the operating room because we cannot hire nurses, surgical nurses. So that's a big problem here. So the issue of affordability push young health professionals out of the province. So I think in our hospital, it takes us 6 months to hire a surgical nurse. It takes us more than 1 year to hire a pediatric anesthesiologist. Is a big challenge we are facing every day in hospital operations. So based on the estimation from the Canadian Nurse Association, this year, we are lack of 60,000 full-time nurses in Canada. That's a tremendous number. So, and also almost 1 million people in BC, we do not have a family doctor. That also increases the burdens in the hospital because when people cannot visit their family doctor, they have to go to hospital, which is more expensive health services. Okay, so the staffing shortage seriously affects the normal operations in the hospital. You probably heard from the news all the time. The hospital, they have to shut down their emergency department because there's no emergency doctor. And we always complain about the long wait time for elective service in Canada. The fundamental reason for that is the staffing shortage. So I've been pushing a lot in BC to, we need to increase more staffing level. But unfortunately, I haven't seen anything. And this situation is getting worse and worse every year. So hopefully the government, the provincial government especially, can do something to help us solve this staffing issue problem so we can provide best care to our patients. Okay, show you some numbers to tell you how serious this problem is. So this is based on the OECD countries number. So this is the latest number released last year in 2021. And this is the practicing doctors per 1,000 population. So as you can see, Canada, we rank number 31 in these OECD countries, way below the average, and way after some of the developed countries in the world, like Germany, Switzerland, Sweden, Denmark. They are all way higher than Canada. And China is, by the way, ranking number 40, 2.2 doctors per 1,000 population. The next one is about practicing nurses for the 1,000 population. Canada is slightly better, slightly over the average, about 10 nurses per 1,000 population, slightly over the average of 8.8, but we are still way after like Japan, Australia, Germany, all other countries in the world. And by the way, China is ranked number 38. And I think we are even lower than some of the developing countries. Okay, this is about nurses. And this is a big issue here about long-term care workers per 100 people over 65 years old. Canada ranked number 23 in the world, also way below the average of OECD country. I'm going to elaborate here more because this is a very serious problem here. I'm going to come back to this slide later. The next one about hospital beds per 1,000 population. So from this graph, if not, I have the arrows here, you're probably not easy to find Canada. Canada ranked number 34 in the world. So we are actually just slightly more than Mexico, Indonesia, or India in other developing countries. And China is way ahead of us, ranked number 14 in the world. So that tells you the medical resource, especially medical human resource in Canada, we have a big crisis. And that's something we are trying to solve. The second challenge, that's what I'm going to emphasize as well, is the aging population. Canada is, we have a lot of aging population. It's a very serious issue. So there are criteria based on the United Nations. So if the population of 65 plus population in the country is 7 to 14%, that's aging society. I think we always heard about China is an aging society. China is in that category about 10%, 10 or 11%. For the aged society, it's about 14 to 21%. And for the super aged society, it's 21% and above. And as you can see, Canada, we are 17.2%. We are already in the aged society. And for BC, we're even higher. We are almost 19% of this senior population in our province. And it is projected by 2030, less than 10 years, in Canada, this percentage will be going to 21% in the super aged society. In BC, this percentage will increase to 25%. That's already way over the super aged society. So that means 1 in 4 British Columbians by 2030 are senior population in the province. What is that impact? So as you can see, so in BC, the healthcare expense below 65 is about $2,700 per year. But after above 65 plus population is almost 5 times more, to $12,000 per year. So as you can imagine, in less than 10 years, 1 in 4 British Columbians are senior people. That's going to be a very huge burden in our healthcare system, in our finance system in BC. This is a big issue. We have to prepare something now. Otherwise, it's gonna be like scrap our healthcare system in BC. Okay, but also interesting, as you can see, some other province in Canada, they are not that aging. Like for instance, Alberta, they are only 12%. And the 3 territory, but population is very low there, but they are all very low. But in BC and also in some other province in the East Coast, as you can see, this number is pretty alarming, I think. Okay, so the third challenge is the pharmacare. This is also an interesting thing. So We do not have a national pharmacare program. So drug outside of hospital need private insurance where patient has to pay out of their own pocket. Of course, the low-income family, they will be subsidized by the provincial government, but we do not have a national program. So it is very odd, very awkward. So Canada is the only country in the planet with a universal healthcare system that does not include a universal coverage for prescription drugs. It's very interesting in our healthcare system. So what is the consequence? Nearly 3 million people in Canada, they cannot afford prescription drugs. And almost 1 million people, they have to cut back on some food and some necessary costs in order to pay for their medication. And also that costs the healthcare system billions of dollars in actual visit to hospital as a result of lack of access to medicine. So what does that mean is, in operations, we see a lot of people, because they could not afford the medicine, so they do not use medicine. So their medical condition getting worse. When their medical condition getting worse, they have to go to hospital to receive the hospital service because it is all covered. So in that perspective, it is actually more expensive. So if they actually, use the medicine on time, they will save healthcare system a lot of money, and it will, help us alleviate our congestion level as well. But that didn't happen because of our pharmacare system. But what is good to see is we see the federal government has promised to establish a universal coverage for the medicine by 2025 under the Canada Health Act. So let's see how they're going to implement this program. But very interesting is the World Health Organization every 2 years, they publish something called Essential Medicine List. On this 2017 version, they published there are only 433 drugs on this Essential Medicine List. But actually, according to statistics, the number of drugs in the world, we have more than 40,000. So as you can see, 433 is only 1% of all the medicine. So in our pharmacare program, which one we're going to cover? So that's the question that is not answered. I hope you can trigger some thinkings, especially some traditional Chinese medicine. Can we cover them under our healthcare insurance? That's something really, we need to think about. How can we improve our healthcare system? Last but not least, so, we're also facing the similar challenge as other developing countries, inequity of the health resources between rural and urban regions. So as we all know, Canada is a huge country. Like even in BC, we have 1 million square kilometers. And there are a lot of people living in the far north or in the interior. And a lot of people, they are indigenous people. So in those villages I visited before, the medical resource is really, really tiny. So I remember I visited one of the very small little towns in the north part of BC. It's called Hartley Bay. So there are 200 or 300 people living in that small village, but they do not even have a family doctor. So as you can imagine, those people, when they come to Vancouver to BC Children's Hospital for their medical service, it takes them hours or even days sometimes. So we are facing the same challenge, inequality of healthcare resources. Also, relatively lack of incentive in prevention health. So I think our healthcare system is very good at treating people when they have some medical problem, but we are not good at preventing people, having some disease because there's no such an incentive. So that's something we need to improve. Also, lack of incentive in innovation. As we know, our healthcare system is not for profit, and it's all public. So like those innovative medicine, technology, or equipment, they are mostly applied first in probably United States or in Europe or even in China, but not in Canada. So our healthcare system is relatively conservative. And also, hospital infrastructure need to be enhanced. So I visited a lot of hospitals around the world, especially in China. I think in the big city, compared to their infrastructure, our hospital is really outdated. So really, we need to renovate, redevelop our hospital so our infrastructure is not that old. And also very important, like I think also, align with our meeting here. So can we make sure that traditional Chinese medicine to be a good supplement for our Medicare program, especially under the rehab service, because we see the acupunctures and some traditional Chinese medicine treatment is actually really, really effective. So, we need to think about, can we cover them under our healthcare insurance? I think that's all I'm going to talk about today. So hopefully for my presentation, you have some brief understanding about our history, about our benefit in Canada, and our challenge we're facing in Canadian healthcare system. And, it's, again, really my pleasure to meeting with everyone to give this presentation. And really thanks for Professor Lee giving me this opportunity and inviting me to attending this event. Thanks for the Home of Canadian Traditional Chinese Medicine Society, as well as the Canadian Community Service Association. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Zhou. Thank you for your presentation. The next speaker is Dr. Jianhua Zheng from Sydney, Australia. His presentation topic is Chinese medicine, Astragalus, clinical application experience in cancer treatment, and attached to successful cases. Please welcome Dr. Zheng.
Thank you, Stephen Wu. Can I share my screen?
Yes.
Okay. Can you see it?
Not yet. Yes, we can.
Okay, so all right, so just one moment.
Sure. I think, is it the first page?
Yeah, not the first page. Sorry. This is the first page. Okay, can you hear me and see the screens?
Yes, perfectly.
Okay, so good evening, good morning, and good afternoon, everyone. Thank you, Chairman Dr. Lee, gave me this opportunity to share, and thank you, experts, professors. They share their excellent experience before. Today, I bring the topic is Chinese medicine, Astragalus, clinical application experience in cancer treatment. Finally, if I got time, I bring two typical successful case. People know Chinese medicine can treat lots of disease, including cancer. Astragalus, Huangqi, is the one of the more important herbs. Astragalus is a commonly used Chinese herbal medicine for treating cancer and many other diseases, normally using 6 to 15 grams per day. Sometimes we use 60 grams, even more. We can use raw herb or prepared with honey, and you can use granules. Chinese medicine believes that Astragalus can replenish the qi of the whole body and has functions of raising yang, strengthening the surface and stopping sweating, expelling pus of promoting muscle, diuretic and sweating, and tonic and blood. It has outstanding curative effect on anemia, edema, physical weakness and sweating, fetal movement restlessness, uterine prolapse, deficiency of both qi and blood, and deficiency of yin. Drinking Astragalus in water alone can cure drowsiness, weakness, and shortness of breath. According to the compendium of Materia Medica, Astragalus is sweet and warm in nature, enters the spleen and long meridians, and has the functions of invigorating qi, solidifying water, nourishing blood and promoting muscle. Li Shizhen, a medical scientist in Ming Dynasty in China, said the orders are also long. Astragalus is yellow in color, and it is longevity of tonics. So it get his name. Regarding the traditional effects of Astragalus, we can use the statement of Yuan Dynasty medical scientist Liu Yuansu. One is to replenish deficiency and insufficiency. The second is replenish the vitality. The third is to strengthen the spleen and the stomach. And the fourth is to remove muscle heat. The inner support of gangrene, the holy medicine for the soul family, the five also. Astragalus can cure cancer. Why we say like that? The answer are below. Modern pharmacologists have also found in their research that using Astragalus to treat cancer has significant curative effect and no toxic side effect. Astragalus is a commonly used Chinese medicine. In the long-term research on cancer, it has been found that it has a very special effect in the treatment of cancer. Because it is found in modern research that Astragalus has no direct anti-cancer effects. That is to say, Astragalus decoction cannot cure cancer cells in the experimental container. But the study also found Astragalus has a good anti-cancer effect in the body. Some medical scientists have found through clinical findings that some drugs with strong anti-cancer effects in experimental containers have no anti-cancer effects when they enter the body. Traditional Chinese medicine is merely administered orally. The medicine must be decocted before entering the stomach for digestion and absorption. This process is often a complex chemical reaction process, and the original ingredients of the medicine have undergone some changes. At the same time, the herb must enter the specific part according to the meridian. The special anti-cancer efficacy of Astragalus in the body is believed to be the result of Astragalus' ability to significantly improve the body's autoimmune function. Pharmacological components of Astragalus. Modern medicine has carried out a lot of research on Astragalus and found that Astragalus contains many pharmacological components. It contains sucrose, glucuronic acid, mucilage, more than 20 kinds of amino acid, bitter, choline, bittern, folic acid, earthine, linoleic acid, various saponins, and flavonoids. Determination of trace elements in Astragalus by natrium activation analysis found more than 20 kinds: scandium, chromium, magnesium, iron, diamond, copper, zinc, etc., and so on. So the pharmacological effects are very extensive. Astragalus can enhance immune function. In humoral immunity, Astragalus can promote differentiation of antibody producing cells and enhance the response of mice to produce IgG antibodies. The patients with deficiency syndrome treated with Astragalus, their IgM and IgG was significantly increased, and also IgA was increased. The above effects exist in the normal physiological state and also have a worse effect when immune function is low. Astragalus not only enhanced immune function, but also has the two-way regulatory effect. F3, the active ingredients of Astragalus, has a complete recovery effect on lymphocyte function in cancer patients in vitro, and it can completely reserve the immunosuppression caused by the cyclophosphamide in vivo animal model test, suggesting that Astragalus may be used in immunotherapy. It is a promising biological response modifier. Astragalus can increase lymph channels interlinker to activate natural killer lake activity. In terms of colloids and the carbon particle, and can enhance the phagocytosis of the reticular endothelial system. The single flavor Astragalus was used to treat liver cancer, and it was found that it has effect of promoting cellular immunity, which can significantly increase the lymphocyte transformation rate in the treatment group, especially in those with Qi deficiency. Interferon is a cell's own defense system, which can resist the viral replication, resist the cell division, and regulate the body's immune response. Astragalus has the effect of reducing endogenous interferon, which can enhance the body's ability to reproduce interferon. Using silkworm as an experimental animal, we systematically observed the survival time of Astragalus on its larval, pupal, and adult stages, as well as its effect on growth, development, and aging. A total of 11 traditional Chinese medicine and 2 Western medicine were compared. The experimental results indicated that the survival time of silkworms in the Astragalus group was longer than that in the control group. Research by the Chinese Academy of Medical Sciences also shows that Astragalus can delay the natural aging process of human embryonic long diploid cells and prolong cell life. For some primary cell cultures and some diploid cell lines, the lifespan can be as long as 88 to 98 generations, which is of great significance to longevity research. Astragalus has preventive and anti-cancer effects thanks to the selenium it contains. Selenium has antioxidant and immunoregulatory functions similar to vitamin E and vitamin C, which can improve the body's immunity, improve body's resistance to disease and delay cell aging. Because vitamin E is a strong antioxidant which can effectively prevent the residue of fatty acid in food and digestive tract, and protect cells from harmful substances produced by the oxidation of unsaturated fatty acid. It is an excellent free radical scavenger, which can protect biofilms, protect from free radical attack, and are effective anti-aging nutrients. Astragalus can improve the body's immunity, maintain the integrity of red blood cells, and promote biosynthesis of red blood cells. It's an essential promoter of cellular respiration and protects lung tissue from air pollution, can prevent cardiovascular disease. Selenium is also an important component of glutathione peroxidase, which can promote the body's immunity and bactericidal power. Selenium can inhibit the oxidative phosphorylations of cancer cells and prevent the growth of cancer cells. Selenium has antagonistic effect on various heavy metals such as cadmium, mercury, methyl-mercury, and some other chemical carcinogens. The result of above comprehensive effects is preventing and anti-cancer. Cycloadenosine monophosphate is an important substance located on the cell membrane, which has an inhibitory effect on the vast majority of cancer cells. 10 grams per kilogram of Astragalus spinal monoamine was injected into the abdominal cavity of rabbits. After 30 minutes, the content of cyclic adenosine monophosphate in plasma was significantly increased. Experiments shows that when a certain amount of cyclic adenosine monophosphate was added to the tumor culture medium, the cancer cells that were growing malignant actually stopped growing, and some of them returned to normal and turned into normal cells. Astragalus can enhance the physiological metabolism of cells, which may be accomplished through the regulation of intercellular CAMP and cGMP. Astragalus can also promote protein renewing serum and liver, and has a promoting effect on protein metabolism, which may be another important aspect of Astragalus' writing effect. Clinical experience. In many years of clinical practice, I have often used Astragalus to treat cancer patients and other diseases, especially when the patients are receiving chemotherapy or radiotherapy. also use traditional Chinese medicine formula based on Astragalus to strengthen the body and improve the body's immunity, and ensure the smooth operation of chemotherapy or radiotherapy till to finish. This is indisputable fact in the medical field, and it is also a reliable way to obtain the best curative effect of integrated Chinese and Western medicine in cancer treatment. Case study. Due to time limit, so I'm not able to read all symptoms and all herbs in the formula. So I just share the few important changes in these two case study, because these two case study with a very long treatment period. First one, Mr. He is 63 years old and generally in good condition. He was diagnosed lung cancer in February 2004. At the beginning, his tumor volume was 8.6 by 6.2 and 6.0 centimeter. And the location is the upper lobe of left lung near the helium. Because of its location and the volume, Western medicine cannot perform surgical section. So chemotherapy was used. And the first chemotherapy was given in early March 2004. On 16 March 2004, the patient neutrophils in the white blood cell count dropped sharply from 4.4 before chemotherapy to 0.7, so which is very, very low, so cannot be carried out the second chemotherapy. So the patient was referred to my clinic. At that time, patient's general condition is okay, only the white blood cells neutrophils low. I gave him herbal medicine based on Astragalus with 60 grams and another herbs. The second visit on 23rd March 2004. So after he took 6 days of herbs, the natural fields rise up to 4.5 from 0.7. So the second chemotherapy has been successfully completed. And the herbal medicine keep going with to his treatment based on 60 gram Astragalus with a honey baked and other herbs. The third visit on 29th March 2004, after taking 6 days, the herbal medicine, his neutrophils still dropped to 1.4, and the chemotherapy was suspended. We continue to give him herbal medicine, 60 grams of Astragalus with honey. And visit 4. On 5th of April 2004, after taking 7 days of herbal medicine, his neutrophils continually drop to 0.5. So chemotherapy was suspended, cannot keep going with that strong treatment. We gave him 60 grams honey-baked Astragalus and other herbs. So on visit 5, 13th of April 2004, after taking another 8 days herbs, his natural ferrous rise to 4.3, and the third chemotherapy completed. We keep going with him treatment until 29th of June 2004. Visit 16. The patient went to long CT scan and found the tumor has shrunk to 7.0 centimeter in diameter. We know at the beginning his tumor was 8.6 big. Now it's a little smaller. On visit 24, so the patient was found the tumor has shrunk to 5.5 to 6 centimeter in diameter. Visit 35, the tumor has shrunk to 4.0 centimeter in diameter. Visit 39 on 11th of March 2005. The tumor was confirmed to shrink to 3.0 centimeter in diameter. Visit 42, which on 29th of July 2005, tumor has been confirmed shrink to 0.0 in diameter, which means the tumor disappeared, couldn't find. So the treatment is very successful. We follow up during the telephone interview on January 6th of 2006. The patient report everything was fine. Following up, 2. On November 9th, 2006, the patient returned visit. And the patient mental state was good. It died and the sleep was good. Its bowel movement were normal. His general condition was good. No recurrence of lung cancer was found, and all the indicators of whole blood examination were normal. And we look at the chart. So, of course, the reduction of cancer volume is directly related to the effect of chemotherapy. But if without the effect of traditional Chinese medicine, Astragalus and other herbs support, chemotherapy cannot complete. So this fully illustrates the role and the importance of integrate Chinese and Western medicine in clinical treatment. So look at the chart. This is chemotherapy date. So why they stop? Because the neutrophils low. We look at the neutrophils change. When neutrophils low, and he firstly come to my clinic. After the herbal medicine, neutrophils rise, and chemotherapy completed second. And drop down the neutrophils again, and take the herbal medicine, we rise up the neutrophils up to normal, and he can complete the chemotherapy treatment. And this chart, we can say the changes in tumor size. Sorry. When he first time come to my clinic, it's bigger than that, 8.6 centimeter in diameter. after the treatment in 10th of October 2006, the tumor was disappeared. A total of 42 visits to my clinic. He was taking 341 doses of traditional Chinese medicine, each dose of which has 60 grams of Astragalus roots with honey, combined with other with function anti-cancer herbs, nourishing yin, strengthening the body, and regulating qi and activating blood, etc. Successfully complete 3 courses of treatment chemotherapy with support of herbal medicine. So we look at the second study case. Okay, time limit. The second case study. Patient Miss Fu, 46 years old, first visit on 4th of October 2017. The patient was diagnosed by Western medicine yesterday as breast cancer stage 4. At that time, the patient general health was good. Only found the tumor about 5 centimeters in diameter on the right breast without eruption. The boundary is unclear, and the tenderness is obvious, and lymph nodes found in right-hand side, which is 0.7 centimeter and 1.2 centimeter. So we gave her herbal medicine with the 60 gram Astragalus and other herbs. The second visit, after taking 7 days of herbal medicine, the patient's physical and mental condition improved. Her sleep improved, and her breast mass become soft. We continue gave her Astragalus 60 grams and other herbs. The patient met her specialist in Western medicine today, and which is the visit 3, so 18th of October 2017. And the specialist was suggest she to take a hormone therapy. The patient reported that after taking the traditional Chinese medicine for 2 weeks, and the local pain of breast was reduced, and the general condition was significantly improved. So she refused to use the hormone therapy of Western medicine. At that time, the patient's period were coming, so we gave her 2 formula. One is for 1 week prepared menstruation, and another one after menstruate finished, so we take another herbal medicine. So the Astragalus, first one 30, and the second one is 60. On visit 4, 8th of November 2017, the patient's general condition was being good recently, and we keep going with the Astragalus. So we increased the dose with Astragalus to 80 grams. After that, we keep using the Astragalus like 100 grams for many visits. And So till the finished the herbs on visit 12 and visit 13. So we keep going, give this patient the herbal medicine almost every day. After 13 visit, she stayed home and take the herbal medicine and other supplementary product. Not coming to my clinic often. And after that, so till so this is visiting 26th February 2008, and next visit on 18th of July 2020. So almost 1.5 years or 2 years. After above treatment, so the patient's general condition is stable, and her keep going to take the herbal medicine. And she can afford daily work of yoga instructor. When she returned to my clinic, she said she wants some convenience herbs. So I gave her granules. Because the concentration of granules is 5:1, so Astragalus 50 grams by equals to 10 grams of the granules. So that's the one. So 50 equals 10. This is a gram. That's granules. We look at the picture. So this is we took the picture on 18th of July 2020. On medical research, breast cancer onset more happens on upper outer quadrant of breast. So this picture is left side, but this patient happens on right-hand side. So we look at exactly the same area. And we can see the skin turn to red. That's an inflammatory cause. And this wound opened. We can see, if we can see the bigger picture. So see there's lots of mucus from deep inside. Even we found a deep hole opened and all mucus come from inside. And the patient continue to take the herbal medicine. And we got no time to go in more details, so I just briefly to quickly to finish this. I have to say on this day, 5th of October 2020, I start to use typical Baiyunshan essential oil outside, external. So this is the oil, that's a sprayed essential oil to the local area. After a while, almost 3 months. So we can see the picture. Lots of better and no much mucus from inside. So this wound almost closed. We keep going to give her the herbal medicine with 60 gram Astragalus. This is the tongue looks like. And up to 2nd of November 2020, we can see the picture. There's not much mucus from inside. 60 gram Astragalus keep going to give to her with other herbs. And when the condition is stable, so we use the 40 grams of Astragalus This is picture looks like normal. So it's took the picture on 26th of January 2021. We keep going with the Astragalus. This is a later picture for the tongue. We add up the Astragalus 50. So we just modified it, depends on the body condition. This is a picture on 18th of May 2021. We can see the skin around is much better. So not much red, and skin color turned to normal. A little bit bleeding because the wound still open and close, open and close. And also they bring some pathogenic factor and mucus from deep inside. Still taking herbal medicine, Astragalus 50 grams, keep going to, this is 16th of February 2022. So this year, earlier this year, I think half year ago, we can see the picture. The skin around is turned back to normal and looks very soft. We can check it's soft, not as before. The skin much tightness and looks. We can look at that the first picture and just compare. Yeah, this one. We compare this local area, so you know that very tight skin and inflammatory. And this is at that time, the tongue looks like. So we keep going. We give her herbal medicine, but in the past few months, she just took 10 doses for 1 month. Before, he took 1 dose 1 day. So now it's start to reduce the herbs. And her body condition very stable. Astragalus 50 grams. This is the last picture we took on 4th of July 2022, just earlier this month. And this patient keep going with the herbal treatment. The key point is this patient with the medicine treatment, including operation, chemotherapy, and radiotherapist. She only took Chinese herbal medicine. Now it's almost 5 years, and she with quality living, and she was very happy, and that's successfully. And also, the tumor was found shrink and soft, and the pain relieved, and she can move her arm freely, much better than before. So she was very happy to have a Chinese herbal treatment. So this case, we have to be continually to going. So and I just say, Astragalus to treat cancer, what kind of cancer. So you just use higher dose. It all depends on the body condition, and keep going to give to people. Whatever she or he had chemotherapy or radiotherapy or operation. So herbal medicine support on site is very effective and safety. We look at this chart. So when she was taking herbal medicine every day. So that's 2017. So some factors in Western blood taste, we can see the difference. At this time was higher, but stable at this time. When she stopped herbal medicine, or not to take herbal medicine every day, see there's this factor for the cancer examination. So you can say the CA 50.3 rise up very, very higher. So it's 1,548. Normally, it's under 40. And after that time, she back to the clinic to keep going with herbal medicine treatment. And up to 8th of April this year, with about 1 year herbal medicine treatment, this dropped to 662, so close to normal. And last month, she have another test, so the CA 15.3 drop 343. So it's more close to normal. So in this clinical experience, I can say Chinese medicine, Astragalus, and other herbs we can use clinically to treat cancer disease. Thank you very much for your listening. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Zheng. Thank you for your presentation. The next speaker is Dr. Dong Liu from Ontario, Canada. His presentation topic is Overview of Western Moxibustion Development from 17th century to 20th century. Please welcome Dr. Liu. Yes, Dr. Liu, we can see your presentation now.
Hello?
Is your speaker muted? Oh.
How about right now?
Yes, it's good.
Thank you. Thank you, Steve. And thank you for Dr. Yonggang. Thank you, Yonggang, for this opportunity to introduce my research, especially during this time in Canada. Probably, as you know, in the March 2022, the Health Canada has a new regulation regarding the Moxibustion. So the Moxibustion become medical equipment in Canada. That means for import and apply the Moxibustion have a more difficult and more strict regulation, especially for me when I practice those in Ontario. So by Moxibustion become a more challenge. They're not the effectiveness is a government policy. So this review about the Moxibustion in the Western country is part of my teaching of material, the healing philosophy. So Moxibustion as an acupuncture or Chinese medicine acupuncture in Europe is about the middle 17th centuries. That time they call the Chinese medical doctor is Confucius physician. Is a Confucius physician. They're using the herbal medicine, acupuncture, and Moxibustion. So this middle 17th century, through the Cantonese in Guangdong, so the missionary translate the Chinese medicine, acupuncture, and the Moxibustion medical book in the Latin language and published in Rome. And last time, again, they call the Chinese medicine is a Confucian physicians. And this book is published in the 1687 about philosophy for Confucius and the philosophy for science, life and the work of the Confucius. Probably know in the Industrial Revolution in the European countries is early 17th centuries. So people getting rich. So when the people getting rich, what kind of food and what kind of drink they're going to do? They eat more meat. They're taking the cheese. They have a more comfortable life. People become overweight. They listen and play the music instead of go to the labor work. They become rich. Alcohol. Over-enjoyment. Overeat. What happened? So the gout become a most painful illness after the Industrial Revolution. So those is a book, The Origin of the Gout, published in 1785. And at that time, you can see they use them burning the knee. They use the burning, and the burning pain can take place of the pain of the gout. So those the environment and the culture and the lifestyle in the 17th century and the early 18th centuries in Europe after culture industrial revolution, people getting fat. So from this book, the first European description of Japan, they're talking about Moxibustion. This Moxibustion is combined with a salt, like a button, and like a little bean. So they're burning this moxa under the skin. So in Japan that time, after 15 or 20 days a button were drawn of the burning the moxa, the gout, the pain of the gout can be disappeared. Unlike the European burning therapy, the Moxibustion is more effective in treating the eye pain and treating the allergy, can treating the catch a cold and the gout. So those is a Portuguese missionary wrote the history of the Japan in 1584 in the 16th century. It explains about Moxibustion in Japan and East Asia. Well, you see, very interesting. They're using moxa to treating the people with the pain. It's a Dutch businessman. So they find the book about moxa, the Moxibustion, 1674. They introduced the Moxibustion to the European. You can see they're treating the 鹤顶或者是血海 spleen 10. You can see the liver 3, GB44, 43, that's area. So they have a specifically for the pain, the use of moxa. 1675. So they introduced the East Asian, the Moxibustion. So then, since 1675, through the Dutch, the pastor, and the Chinese therapy of Moxibustion become a medical therapy to treating the gout in Europe. Because this gentleman, when he was in Indonesia, so in the East, 东印度公司 East Indian Corporation in the 1622, so he got a gout and the insomnia, can't sleep. The European medicine or European physician cannot eliminate the pain. So those then they find a local doctor, the local doctor from northern Vietnam or southern Guangxi or Guangdong, that's area, go Guangnan. Simple, 广东、广西的南面. So they're using 20 pieces of the moxa button to treating half hour. And his pain, his gout pain, and the insomnia was healed. So this, the Moxibustion, become a miracle for the European. And then they published the book in the Dutch language, the German language, and the English version, and it become the formal missionary to bring the Chinese medicine Moxibustion to the Europe. So in 1622. Last time you can imagine the Moxibustion, the moxa is very expensive. And we also can see the material is very elegant. They call gold. Gold wool. So in the gold wool, 就是金羊毛. So it's very expensive and have a miracle equipment, effectiveness for the pain, for the gout. So in the 1690, the doctor in the Europe, the surgeon, actually the German surgeon, start using moxa for the miracle therapy. And just like the March 2022, in the 300 years ago, the Moxibustion, the moxa, already become a medical material in German, Dutch, and North Europe. And that time, this medical equipment, medical material, gold wall, I mean, is very, very expensive, like a gold silk. We can also imagine the quality of the moxa is very, very, very good because the color gold. You can imagine the gold color of the moxa. And well, it's very expensive. Every 16 gram of the moxa is three Holland the dun. That's the dollar. I did a research. The $3 Dutch, the equal $50 right now. So very expensive because the effectiveness of the moxa. Then the German doctors start to research how the Moxibustion work. And from their research, they find the manufacture, the gold silk, the gold moxa, the manufacture process, the manufacture technique is extremely important because there are not any simple herbs, 艾蒿 can become 艾绒, the mox word. So they even find the more material from Indonesia. So they know this is Chinese medicine. So that time in the late 17th centuries, they find the material of the moxa. And they realize the technique, 就中药的炮制 moxa 的制成 the process of the moxa is extremely important. In the late 17th centuries, so the doctors from the Europe, German, and the Dutch, they start the detail introduce the beneficial or the disease the Moxibustion can treat, and finally published the book in 1722, the early 18th century. And especially using the pole diagnosis. Using pole diagnosis for the direction or for the instruction of a Moxibustion. So one story is about the Moxibustion treating the gout. Is a very famous European doctor, Thomas. He born in 1622 and died in 1689. He was 65 years alive, and he's very famous, a European physician. And when he when he was in the age 50s, he had a severe gout attack. When the British physician go to the Netherlands, the Dutch, to attending the international medical conference, and the Moxa have a significant effect to eliminate the pain from the gout. Although he don't like the Moxa very much, he don't favor the Moxa very much in the 1667, and then when he have a gout, he used a Moxa, and the gout disappeared. He be healed, and he become have a passion. He have the passion, and his research and his report about Moxibustion treating the gout. Oh, this is his book. In the Moxibustion, or the Moxa, just like a Chinese tea, the import from China in the 19th centuries. In the end of the 19th century, in the end of 18th centuries, so the Moxibustion have over 100 years development, and they become a popular, become a standard. The treatment for the gout. So lots of surgeons in the Europe using the Moxibustion become his tradition or clinical therapeutic method for the gout. Compared the burning therapy or chemical therapy, the Moxibustion is more effective, and their side effect is very small and almost no pain. So it's a new way to curing of the gout. How amazing for the Moxibustion. So for the Moxibustion in the European, they're using local Moxa and the local bleeding Moxa and the distal bleeding Moxa. So they have a lymph theory, nerve theory, muscle theory, and the blood vessel theory about the gout and the Moxibustion. And they even have their own equipment for treating the gout using the Moxa. Very interesting. It's in the French, 1822, the text book about how they very precisely to using the Moxa. So because of time, so we talk in the history about the gout treatment or about the Moxibustion in the European. So what is the reflection about in the 21 and 22 centuries? Do we still favor the Moxibustion as a traditional Chinese medical physician, acupuncturist? How can we protect this heritage of a Moxibustion, and how we develop the Moxibustion standard? I recently purchased several Moxibustion stick. The quality is poor. The smoke is dark, and the smell is bad. And how we can keep the gold wool or gold silk. How we find this the great quality, the Moxibustion in the modern centuries. We know we have some research regarding the Moxibustion can help people against COVID. What kind of research we can do? What kind of evidence-based practice of a Moxibustion we can do? So this is the challenge for us, and I'm looking forward to working with the colleagues all over the world to develop the more standard and the more high quality of the Moxibustion to provide the best service. We keep this heritage, we keep this part of the treasure, and continue to serving the people. Thank you, everyone. And my presentation is finished. I'm looking forward to contact you and in the future. Again, thank you, the chairman, the Dr. Lee, and thank you everyone for listening.
Thank you.
Have a wonderful Sunday afternoon. Yes.
Thank you. Thank you for your presentation. The next speaker is Dr. Huiting Zhang from Hong Kong, China. Her presentation is, do you know the real function of aged tangerine peel, Chen Pi? Please welcome Dr. Zhang. Yes, we can see your screen now. We can see your PowerPoint.
My name is Polly Jerry Tang. Today's topic is tangling pea.
Sorry, your voice is a bit small.
Should be imitation. Thank you, hoping find the pistons in the. My name is Polly Jerry Tang. Today's topic is tangling pea. Thank you, word TCM and Acupuncture with imitation. Thank you, hoping find the pistons in International Association of Medicinal Food Therapy Limited for invitation. T. Regulating medicinal tangling pea. Dry tangling pea. Are you familiar with its function? Tangling pea, as known as the Piacarpium citrulli reticulate. Named after its origin, Xinhui District, Guangdong Province. Tangling pea is the pea of the local tangling after being preserved for over 3 years. Just after dried, Panolia, thoracic, trifoliate orange, marquette, etc. The longer the preservation, the better is the medicinal benefit because the water contained in tangling pea evaporate more and more as time goes on, making it the medicinal content more potent. Tangling pea has a nature of dryness, and it can be used for resolving dampness and resolving flames. The longer the preservation of tangling P, the better it is at resolving templates. There are two types of tangling P, including the ones with white inside and orange outside is called orange color P. The ones with white inside and green outside is called green color P. The best tangling P is from Xinhui District, Guangdong Province. Sichuan Province and Wuhan Province also have this type of orange. However, their quality and frequency are not as good as the ones from Xinhui. The above is the production introduction of the tangling P. Tangling P's natural and flavor including beta 1 upwards, meridian enter including spin channel, non-channel, function including regulator qi flowing for strengthening spin, eliminator templates and resolving frames. Application including stagnation of the spin stomach, coughing, and accessible frames, chest impediment. Dosage and usage including 3 to 10 grams detached. A natural processing use sunlight to dry and passive the tangling P. Washing or additional ingredient needed. Usage including use raw material. Function including resolving templates with aroma. Qi regulating medicine applications including spin stomach qi stagnation, liver depressions and qi stagnation, lung qi stagnation, tangling P's meridian enter is spin channel. It is used to treat spin stomach qi stagnation. Tangling P is also lung channel. It is used to treat lung qi stagnation. Tangling P is, however, not in liver channel. It cannot be used to treat liver qi stagnation. It regulates spin stomach qi. Tangling P removes phlegm. It can remove phlegm from the spin and lung. Phlegm originates from the spin and is stored in the lung. Tangling P has aroma and thus can be used for resolving templates. Templates could close up the stomach. A tangling P can help with the stomach pain. It leads to close up stomach. Indigestion as well as stomach inflammation. Tongue coating, including use tangling PT. Liver depression including use tangling P and rose tea. Sores on the face or mouth including use tangling P and chrysanthemum tea to help digest food and eliminate station, including use tangling P with the radish tea. The one should be belong to spin stomach channel, including the medicine for regulating qi flowing and strengthening spin is tangling P. The medicine for resolving templates and strengthening spin is Astragalus. The medicines for percolating dampness is Prolia. The medicine that help digesting food and strengthening spine is Gallus, the Mysticus person. The medicine that supplements heat and strengthens spine is Astragalus. Tingling P can help with the treating loads, appetites, vomiting, and diarrhea. Tingling P can both ascend and descend. It can be used both as a supplement and purgative. Tingling P could ascend with the hydrogen oxytocin croton, and it could descend with a dancing girl's medicine. Tingling P could supplement other supplements. When used alongside with a supplement, it could enhance its effects. Tingling P could help purging when used with the purgative. Using everyday object to help enhance medicine benefits is quite impressive. Oh well, Tingling P itself is not a supplement. It does have a supplementary value. It's not a purgative, but it can help with the purging. Tingling P is very effective for treating vomiting, diarrhea, and hiccuping. Tingling P is of great use whenever there is film close up in spilling stomach. In case of asphyxia, supplements should be used, for example, including Astragalus, ginseng, Astragalus, etc. Types of phlegm, including cold phlegm, damp phlegm, heat phlegm, and dryness phlegm. Tingling P is treatment for including cold phlegm, damp phlegm, etc., as well as chronically heat disease caused by phlegm and tea adopting each other. Characteristics of cold phlegm, including coughing, excessive phlegm, tea stagnation. Characteristics of damp phlegm, including coughing, white in color, easily start to flow. The both mentioned two types of phlegm can be treated with Tingling P, which is a stable medicine for resolving phlegm. Heat phlegm can also be treated with Tingling P. Eaten decoction can be used to trap cold phlegm and damp phlegm because it is a medicine with one natural. Tingling P can move tea, treat dry dampness, so it can also treat chest pain. Some people could use penis while having dyspepsia, or looking the penis held with stays. Tingling P is actually used for resolving phlegm dampness, so we need to give the right treatment based on symptoms differentiation. Treats on cold pathogenic disease including tangling P. Gardenia and ginger shoot chip dysphoria caused by flame dampness. Using tangling P for everyday shoe cooking could make it more favor. It is called gut hole, that means rectangling P, when the viral part of the tangling P is removed. Tangling P could turn into Exocarpium cetuli glands after a few years of reservation. Exocarpium cetuli glands is the outer layer of the preserved tangling P. Difference between the rectangling P and exocarpium cetuli glands. Similarity, better for regulating T flowing and relieving T stagnation. Dry dampness and emanator flame. Differences, rectangling P including better for driving dampness, dissolving flame, and reducing T flowing. Exocarpium cetuli glands, better for regulating T flowing and relieving T stagnation. Exocarpium cetuli glands is more effective than rectangling P. Rectangling P is more effective than tangling P. Tangling consists of rectangling P, tangling C, tangling pith, and tangling leaf. Tangling P is of the spin channel and lung channel. Tangling C is of liver channel. Is beneficial to hypophysia of the mammary gland, tumor as well as the physical pain. Drive-in covering the tangling foot is called tangling P, which is of liver channel and lung channel. Is helpful for famed block channels. The leaf of the tangling is called tangling leaf, which is of liver channel. Is helpful for face pain. The P of a night tangling is called Piacarpium cetuli reticulata rider. Its natural and favor are of beta 1 and armpit. Is of liver, spin, and stomach channel. It has a strong ability to cross the liver and is quite effective for the treatment of area of small intestines and herpes megaly. Is used for liver depression, T stagnation, chest and left side pain, memory aggregation, acute mastitis, excessive food accumulation, stomach duct and abdomen bloating and pain. Usage and dosage include 3 to 5 grams per cart. Mix fry with vinegar to enhance effects on causing the liver and pain stopping. Similarity between the Piacarpium cetuli reticulata rider, tangling P, including regulator midogility, eliminator bloating, used for chest and right side pain, caused by spleen, stomach, teeth stagnation, excessive food accumulation, etc. Difference between the carbonate saturated reticular white and penguin P, including carbonate saturated reticular white more effective. 9-foot P, which goes through liver gallbladder using liver gallbladder T is good across the liver blacking T. Disperse accumulation and eliminates stagnation. It is means for treatment for liver depression, T stagnation, breast pain, breast lumps, stomach area, bloating, excessive food accumulation, etc. Penguin P including is effective rifle P, which goes through the spleen and lung, emphasis on amplifying spleen and lung T, especially good at regulating T flow and relieving T stagnation. It is effective in reducing bloating caused by temperate T stagnation, Rasa, vomiting, and hiccup. It is also often used for resolving dampness and resolving phlegm. It is the medicine for treating damp phlegm and cold phlegm. Case 1 is Chen, 29 years old, who suffered from hypoplasia of mammary gland, emotion distress, and insomnia for 3 months due to the work pressure and a recent breakup. I recommend 4-foot therapy recipe for her. A. Lotus seed, lily, penguin P, limpashu. B. Mung bean, penguin P, ginger, limpashu. C. Dry day lily, wood ear, penguin P, pot that steam with ginger. D. Muley, Dascuria rose, days, penguin P as breakfast. Thanks to this recipe and extract daily moderator yoga, it influenced in hypoplasia of the mammary gland, significantly reduced after 1 month. Case 2, Mr. Chen, 65 years old. He suffered from chronic coughing with white phlegm. I give him 500 grams of A10 P from Xinhui, and he could cook this in the morning with the following recipes. A. Penguin P ginger punch. B. Penguin P pure tea. C. Penguin P water. He claimed that after a month, his coughing has decreased. He felt better and had a better sleep. Case 3, Mrs. Yang, 60 years old, who is addicted to sweet and suffers from the serpentine dryness phlegm. has been using Yicheng decoction for a while. Under my instructions, she added tangling peat and rectangling peat to the Yicheng decoction and cut down on the sweet with additional moderate exercise. Now, her coughing has been improving. In my teaching of yoga and yoga food therapy, I always teach the students how to elbow tangling pea, appetizing stomach to dissipate food. Put the right amount of the dry tangling pea in the cup. Drink with the boiling water instead of tea. Drink a cup before meals. Stimulate appetite, helpful digestion. Expectorant cough. Put the appropriate amount of dry tangling pea, ginger and walnut in the pot decoction to maintain health. Expectorant cough. Walnut to oil contained in tangling pea can stimulate the bronchus, slightly expand the bronchus, and alleviate its symptoms. The above in my understanding of tangling pea. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Dr. Zhang. Thank you for your presentation. So for our next presenter, the next speaker is Dr. Xinkai Yang from Hong Kong, China. His presentation is a practical and basic guide to Chinese medicine food therapy. Please welcome Dr. Yang.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, I will share my screen. Okay, can you guys see my screen?
Yes. Okay. Please go ahead.
So I start. So hello, friends from good morning to friends in Hong Kong. Good evening to friends in Canada. I'm Dr. Yang Qikai August. Now is the academic consultant of International Association of Medicinal Food Therapy and medical practitioner in Hong Kong Center for Healthcare. And today I'm going to talk about practical and basic guide to Chinese medicinal food therapy. Okay, so the topics basically include a brief introduction to the history of Chinese medicinal food therapy. I will call it CMFT for short, and then it's basic context and series, and to do and not to do in the CMFT. And then I will talk about little about the effects of cooking methods in Chinese cuisine on the nature of food materials. And I will recommend you a dish in summer. So before we start, I would like to ask you guys a question. You don't have to answer me now, but I hope you can find your own answer after my lecture. So is Sichuan hot pot Chinese medicinal food therapy? Because we typically know Sichuan hot pot as a typical representative of Chinese cuisine. But actually in Sichuan, they would take like Sichuan hot pot as a medicinal approach to expel darkness and evil in the forest. The history of Chinese medicinal food therapy starts with Mr. Yin. So he was the prime minister of Shang Dynasty. It's about little bit less than 4,000 years ago. He was born as a slave, but because he was such a good chef, he was raised to the position of chef to the queens of the kingdom, to the queen, and because king knew he was actually very good at administration, so he was then raised to the position of prime minister. So he was both the founder of very early Chinese cuisine series and also the founder of the TCM form. TCM decoction is we still many different herbal extracts in watery form. And in Zhou dynasty, it's about 3,200 years ago. So there are 4 categories of doctors or in service of the royal family. So doctors of cuisine is one of them. And the other 3 types include doctors of internal medicine, doctors of ophthalmology in Chinese medicine, and doctors of vet. And then to the famous Tang Dynasty, Mention wrote a book. It's the earliest existing specialty book on Chinese medicinal food therapy. So we started to summarize the series of herbal medicine and how to make herbal medicine in our real daily life. And in the Yuan Dynasty, one of doctors Wu Sihui, he wrote a book on the essential guidelines of foods and drinks. Maybe it's the first special book on nutrition and the hygiene of eating. But because he was actually a Mongolian, so this book is about 60 to 70% talking about how to cook nuts. So the content of Chinese medicinal food therapy actually include 2 categories. One category is you are using food materials and some herbs to help preserve your health while you're not in any state of sickness. And the second category is you are actually using food and drug materials to help improve your disease conditions or syndromes in traditional Chinese medicine. So the basic series of CMFT mainly include eat regularly and eat smartly. To eat regularly, you have to consider the quantity of food and meals you are taking each time. So you don't eat too much, so you get a full stomach. And you cannot eat too little, so you are in poor nutrition. And for meals, you have to eat meals at regular time intervals. Time and season is also very important because in traditional fields, we eat in a seasonal way. Like some fruits, veggies, meat, they are all produced in a seasonal pattern. But advances in modern agricultural technology enables us to see some fruits in a season that's not supposed to be available as before. Like we can easily find watermelon in winter. But my suggestion is not to try any anti-seasonal veggies and fruits. Also, you need to have a balance between different types of food, like a balance between meat and veggies, and don't be too picky. Also, you have to customize your cuisines according to your personal individual conditions, according to your season, according to your geographical locations. Because people born in Beijing and people born in Hong Kong have different cuisine culture and general body conditions because they have a difference in temperature, humidity, and climates. And this difference make food traditionally available to them are different. So usually people in Hong Kong prefers to have soup to help supplement water and salt in their diet. But in Beijing, because it's so dry, so you don't want that. Also, it's smart to include like many pay attention to the interactions between foods and drugs, or many herbal extracts. So interactions of food, some of them are not quite proven, but it's been popular within the population for like over 1,000, 2,000 years. So sometimes we have to respect the custom, and sometimes food and drugs interaction are actually proven, like the interaction between carrots and ginseng. So the carrots would actually weaken the function of ginseng to split qi. And we don't recommend to, like, sometimes people like to cook Korean chicken soup with Korean ginseng, and maybe they think put carrots in ginseng is quite a good idea. Also, the hygiene of preparing cuisines is very important, because you have to keep your food materials in a fresh and in a clean way, so you don't get like diarrhea and any digestion problems after you take your own dishes. Also, there's special notice when you get sick, like you have any skin problems. You don't want you wanna skip like food that would cause your conditions to worsen. So typical food like this during skin problems include like deep fried food, spicy food, and sometimes chicken, goose, seafood. Traditionally, we call it food that would cause skin problems. So the philosophy behind traditional Chinese medicinal food therapy is the unity between nature and human, and that we would like to recommend you to eat in a seasonal and geographical way, because humans are actually part of nature and cannot be separated from their environment, their surroundings, their environment, the climate. And a change in the environment and climate would actually influence people. So if suppose like Hong Kongese people come to Beijing, and because the humidity in Hong Kong is like close to 80 to 95%, while the humidity in Beijing is like only about 30 to maybe 50%. So a lot of people visiting Beijing would actually experience the dryness of Beijing weather. And the most important philosophy behind any Chinese medicine theory is the balance between yin and yang. It's a summary of our body's functions and our body's physical existence system. So the yang represents the qi, the function is the functional sum of our body, and the yin represents the essence, the physical sum of our body. So basically everything we can touch with our hands, we can see with our eyes, as the hair, the skin, the touching feeling when we touch our muscles, blood belongs to yin, and any functional parts of our body, like the exercising functions, breathing, belongs to qi. So the loss of balance between yin and yang would actually cause a sick condition in Chinese medicine theories. And so the Chinese medicine therapy should help, so philosophy should help to manage the balance between yin and yang by theory close to the dynamic equilibrium. So we would like actually to keep yin and yang relatively equal to really have a healthy condition. And whenever yin or yang is in deficiency, we would like to try to use some foods or some herbs to supplement. And if yin and yang is in a surplus state, we want to remove the surplus part. Also, the theory behind why some food can be taken as drugs or some herbs can be taken as food is actually the unity between food and herbs. Because the boundary between food and herbs is not very clearly drawn. Sometimes, like when we are hungry, we eat something for filling our stomach, and it's called food. So we can be very hungry and just grab the red date, 红枣, behind our right around our hand, and we are not taking it for like any medicinal expectations. So in this stomach case, we are like taking the red date for food. But if we feel that we are deficient of qi and blood, or just one Chinese medicine practitioner, Chinese medicine doctor recommends or diagnose you with qi and blood deficiency syndrome, and he or she might recommend you to take some red date for supplements. In this case, red date is actually a drug. So some such materials can affect our body according to 4 property nature and 5 taste theory to balance yin and yang in our body. So therefore, they can be a treatment for Chinese medicine syndromes. And normally, such materials unity between food and herbs has no toxicity, so it can be taken like regularly without any concerns of harming of our own health. So in 2019, there is actually an index of herb food due materials by the National Health Commission of the People's Republic of China. And it can be mainly divided to 2 different groups. One group is actually those herb food due materials for flavoring in Chinese cuisines. And the other group actually has a functional or a treatment purpose. A total of 101 types by the year of 2014. And this is the Chinese version of the table. I have tried very hard to find the English version, but there's not. Basically, anything in this chart can be used in our Chinese medicinal food cuisine therapy. And some of them are actually very common in the Chinese kitchen. And some of them are very common in like the Cantonese herbal tea. So if we think like food and drugs can have like dual nature, as they can be like transformed to each other. So some food might also carry the 4 property natures theory in Chinese medicine. So it's actually divided according to different physiological reactions after the food or the herb is taken. So 2 natures is related with the yin aspect, the cool and cold, and there is actually a neutral nature. And then warm and hot nature is related to the yang aspects of our body. In general, cool and cool food tends to propel the heat, especially in summer, and many includes like veggies and some fruits. Those with yang nature actually used as sometimes as fragment and sometimes flavoring agent in the Chinese cuisine. Different foods and drugs also have different tastes. So in both Chinese medicine theory and Chinese cuisine theory, we divide materials into 5 tastes. The first taste being pungent. Again, it's most likely include like materials like ginger and onion, garlic in the kitchen. It's usually used for flavoring and removing the bad taste of other maybe meat materials. So in Chinese medicine theory, the pungent taste can benefit the lungs and large intestine internal organ, and it helps to disperse external evil or promote movement of qi and blood and help digestion. And in a lot of times, after taking pungent materials, there would be a like sweating effect. And forthwith, it enters, benefits spleen and stomach, and it mainly invigorates or we call supplement and relieve pain and nourish. And for soul taste, it enters liver and gallbladder organ, and it stops sweating, and or in male case, seminal emission, and stop diarrhea and urination, and it really helps to the qi to be we call like controlled inside of our body. So the bitter taste enters hurt and small intestine, and it actually is recommended to can be taken during the summertime because we don't have a wave of tide of heat globally, and sometimes it's just so hot. So bitter taste helps to clear away heat and fire evil in Chinese theory, and it helps to dry dampness and descend qi. And salty taste enters the kidney bladder organ, and it helps to soften or dissolve masses in our body and help to nourish blood. So the definition of the Chinese medicinal food therapy is to you have to be familiar with different natures of different materials, and you have to guide with yourself with TCM series taught before, and you have to customize your own Chinese medicinal food or cuisine according to your own conditions and body constitutions. You have to cook with skills to help to make sure it's actually a delicious cuisine. And I mean, after all, you have to take the cuisine when you make it. So it's better you cook it with style and skills, so it has less taste. So in Chinese medicine, we have like 12 different body constitutions. Like we divide the population into 12 different types. Some say 9, some say 12. I will just use 12 here. It's only a very brief introduction to the body constitution theory. So the overall guideline is to divide people first with yin and yang. There is a sufficiency of yang. People with this body type usually have like very angry temper and tend to have difficulty in passing out the tooth. And in the deficiency of yin and there are also deficiency of yin and yang. And it's basically for deficiency of yang is functional deficiency, so you would like feel weakness, fatigue, and sometimes cold in your limbs. So for deficiency of yin, because yin has also the function of up to counterbalance yang, so deficiency of yin would have like insomnia and very restless in his body, and maybe some self-sought heat in the palms and feet. There's also like some body types very familiar to the very common in the Cantonese population. So it's dampness and heat. It's basically mostly from the outside. when the weather is too hot and too damp. But it also can be caused by the person having too much like cold drinks or maybe too much deep fried stuff. So the function of the spleen is destroyed, and then he cannot, because function of spleen in Chinese medicine series is mainly for digestion and transfer of substance in the nutrition system. So the destruction of the spleen actually cause like the accumulation of water evil and damp evil into our body. Similar to deficiency of yin and yang, there is also deficiency of qi and deficiency of blood. You cannot. It's very hard like to differentiate between them. And it is also like stagnation of qi and stagnation of blood. So the stagnation of qi is like is usually caused by emotional distress. So you would actually maybe feel very sad, or you don't have like a very pleasant work conditions, and then you're mad at your family members, and it all causes the anger and emotion causes qi to stagnate in your body. And the stagnant blood is usually caused by it's actually a further condition after the qi is stagnant. So the super sensitivity body type is those persons who tend to have like skin problems with some genetic maybe deficiencies. So they would like very be reactive to the stimulation of deep fried and spicy food. Also in Chinese medicine, we have 8 methodology of treating diseases. So we have sweating, vomiting, diarrhea, and then neutralizing, cleansing, clearing, and heating, and supplementing. So in CMFT, we don't actually do the vomiting and diarrhea methodologies, because after all it's a cuisine therapy. We don't want the cuisine to be vomiting or diarrhea. It might correlated the therapy with like some food safety problems. Also, you have to, if you want to try to make some Chinese medicinal food therapy, you have to consider the composition of your whole family. So you cannot make actually one big large soup for everybody in your family, because there might be like 3 or 4 generations of people in your family. So for children, because in Chinese medicine theory, the functions of organs are not yet mature. So the function of lungs, function of spleen, and the function of kidney in children group are not actually quite mature, so can be easily damaged if you are expecting them to, or you are feeding them with parts of nutrition. So for this weak digesting type of children, it is recommended like to make them have a balanced diet and not to make too oily and greasy cuisines. Also for teenagers, because they are in like their rapid growth period, so the demand of nutrition is actually high in the puberty. So you have to make sure that their nutrition is guaranteed. For the elderly people, because they are in the degenerative stage of our life, so the functions of organs are actually lowered, and the loss of qi, blood, and the essence makes them very hard to digest as part of nutrition. For women, they lose blood and qi during menstruation, and this supplement to improve the function of liver, spleen, and kidney, such relative to the normal function of menstruation. Basically, to-dos include you have to adapt to your own location and weather, and you have to eat food in a seasonal way. And not to do include like don't try any new food therapies without complete understanding of your personal condition. So you cannot just read from some chef's recommendation book and just try by yourself. And maybe you have to ask for Chinese medicine doctor's advice before you actually try it out. And also do put food and herb with side effect together. And don't try to prefer like one uniform therapy for everyone in the family. It has to be customized. Also, there's like a summary of different functions of different material in the formula of Chinese medicine. Similarly, we have like different functional classes in Chinese medicinal food therapy. Those cases, the main material, the herbs used in food therapy. As misters is the main food materials used to help the function of the herbs. And assistants include other herbs used for maybe minor patterns of your body, because human body is always complex and you cannot simply summarize with maybe only one pattern. So usually we have like 2 or 3 minor patterns in the diagnosis. And for messengers, many include ingredients for better taste. So maybe salt, maybe soy sauce, maybe ginger, garlic, and onion. There are like over 30 cooking methods in Chinese cuisine. And basically every time you see the word fry, you want to avoid it in the Chinese medicinal food therapy, because the more oil used and the higher temperature, it's more likely to change property nature, shift more to the warm and hot side. And if you are over consuming like too much fried food, it would actually cause a heat evil to accumulate in your body. So I will now recommend a dish, Chinese medicine food therapy dish in summer. It's called the white goat cup. So what's special about summer is all about heat and dampness. And because of that, we are losing a lot of water and a lot of salt with water. So in Chinese medicine, we usually describe summer as a bitter summer because of heat and dampness and lower enough to over sweating. And because of that, the function of spleen is actually disturbed. So we don't have like many appetite in summer. So the key in summer in Chinese medicinal food therapy is to use soup as water and salt intake. It helps spleen and stomach to handle summer and damp from summer environment. So the white goat cup is actually a very famous dish in Cantonese cuisine. We're using like a very little white goat, maybe about the height of my palm. It's about 20 to 25 centimeters high. And some we use some of pork chop and chicken leg, prawns, chicken kidney to add flavor. And also because it's meat and the internal organs of chicken and pig actually can help to supplement of our yin part. While the sweating process is actually a consumption of our body's water and yin part. And for the assistant function class, we would actually use a sliced lava and fresh lotus seed and lotus root to help expel the summer and heat evil from our body. And then we would actually use dried scallop and ginger and salt and mushroom for the flavoring of the soup So you need to cut as up 1/3 of the white gourd, and you using spoon to get out the meat as the center and slice the meat. And then you would like to pour the chicken soup into the cup, and then put pork chop, diced lotus root, and dried scallop in and steam with suitable container for like 45 minutes. So during the 45 minutes of steaming, you don't want to waste your time. You need to prepare diced chicken leg and prawns, and sliced loofah, sliced chicken kidney, and diced mushrooms in that time. And you blanch both materials as like when you have like 10 minutes left of the steaming time. And you then after 45 minutes, you pour soaps and materials in the cup into a clean pot, and add blanched ingredients, lotus seed, and suitable amount of ginger and salt. You should wait until boil again. Put it back to the cup or find another container. For any like minor patterns, if you feel like you're too damp, you have a thick tongue coating, you have like a bad appetite, or you have diarrhea, you can add 10 grams of cinnamon courses. It's a and 5 pieces of dried tangerine peel. And if you're in like summer heat evil, add 25 grams of white peel of watermelon if you feel the summer is too hot for you. So the function of the white gourd is clean this white gourd cup. It's cold in nature and sweet in taste, and it helps to clear heat and promote diuresis and relieve summer heat. And the loofah helps to clear internal heat, while the lotus seed helps to strengthen spleen and kidney and lowers the hurt and calms nerves down. And the lotus root helps to cleanse the heat and soften water. I don't know if I have enough time for like a Q&A session, but I think I will handle the screen to our host.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Yang. Thank you for your presentation. Then our next speaker is Dr. Hunying Deng from Hong Kong, China. Her presentation is Traditional Chinese Medicine Economics, a Normal Way of Total Pain Management. Please welcome Dr. Deng.
Good morning, everyone. I can't do my video. I don't know why. Can maybe
Can you try again?
Yeah, let me see. I can start my video because the host has stopped it.
Yeah. I think I enable. So give me a sec.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I can see your.
Can you see my presentation?
Yes, I can see. So give me a second to enable the video.
Yeah. Okay. Okay, great.
Yes.
Yeah, thank you, Steve. Yeah. So hi everyone. My name is Monica, and then I'm so glad to have this honor to join this cultural week. And today I'm going to share with all of you this my some clinical experience like in treating some office pain syndrome, and I think like for treating treating pain syndrome, I think a proper management of pain, I would say that is a total pain management. It includes two parts. One of them is like an effective treatment, and the other part is a good daily maintenance, and both of them are very important. So today my presentation will be dissected three different parts. First of all, will be like knowing more about yourself in Chinese medicine perspective. I will like go through step by step in how TCM view about your whole body and the whole consultation process is. And then the other part is about posture, like what is a posture and what's why posture is important in managing your health. And also the third part will be total pain management. We focus more on the treatment method. So this is some of my background. And so first of all, knowing more about yourself. In my I'm local Hong Kong student. Like I grew up in local school. Like so in Hong Kong, like our during our curriculum, we have we learn our body by like in biology, right? So like the body structure, we have like the skeleton part, we have the muscle part and the nerve part. This is so obvious to understand about your body structure. So like if you have some pain, like there must be a particular that point, that muscle or that nerve which caused the problem. But in Chinese medicine perspective, it's total different things. So we do have like dissection in the past. So like you can see from that screen, you will see those drawings. These are some record from previous very old like in Qing dynasty already. Like people already know how to dissect a body, but they do not adopt this method in the future development of TCM. They use a concept, qi, the energy flow. You can see like the other part, like the points you can see from the statue. Like you can see at different points, right? This is we call Acupoints. They are located in different meridians, the channels, and in we use the concept of qi to say that the energy flow in our body, which part is blocked, which part is not having enough qi, and that cause pain. So it's two different concepts. So basically in Chinese medicine, how we view about our body, we use some as you can see from this watermelon, it's a very easy concept of to interpret how we view about like consultation processes. So if I give you a $50, I want you to buy me a very good watermelon. What can you do? So you can't cut open the watermelon, right? You can only like observe it. Actually, you can, as you can see from the watermelon, you can if the color is good, yeah, and the root is good, and then like maybe you can ask about the watermelon, ask the farmers, yeah, the watermelon, is it a good is it harvest in a good days, and then like we collect those information so that we know more about the watermelon, whether it's sweet or not, but we don't have to cut it open. That's why in Chinese medicine it's also in the same case. We don't have to dissect the whole body to know every part of your real, like the body structure, but by 望闻问切, the process of the consultation, we observe the tongue, we observe people's face, we observe their posture, And also we check their pulse. Yeah, we ask for their family history and the whole the process of the disease, how it starts and how it goes. And we collect those information to help our consultation. And after collecting those information, we know more about yourself. In general, we have 9 it's a very simple classification of our body constitution here. As you can see, we have some deficiency like yin deficiency, yang deficiency, qi deficiency, and this deficiency, we have to give them more of that constitute. We give them more. For example, for yang deficiency, you can see that lady. Yeah, you can see her shaking her body because she feels very cold. Yeah, she has running nose. Yeah, and then she feels very tired and fatigued. Yeah, that's why in TCM perspective, we said we have to give them more yang qi, the yang energy. And then the other example, for we have some stagnation. For example, we can have qi stagnation, we can have blood stagnation. And the lady for blood stagnation, you can see her face is going more dark, and then especially her lip, and then maybe she is angry all the time. So when you are angry, the qi flow is not very good, and then the blood is following the qi, so that it's not going smooth too. So this is called the blood stagnation. And then in my clinical experience, my patient mainly come from different are those office workers. Actually, office has a lot of problems to one's health. For example, when they do the computering and they writing those documents, it will cause pain all the time. No matter it's neck pain, back pain, or headache, or tunnel syndrome, as you can see. And other than that, some office workers, you can see their digestion is not good because they have a prolonged sitting habit, and then and the leg is not good, maybe and because also due to prolonged sitting. And then so what caused the pain? There are 2 scenarios. One of them is stagnation. Stagnation is about the road is blocked. You can see the traffic congestion, right? Is equal to the qi in your body. If you go through stagnation, it means the channels, the qi are blocked. And the other scenario is deficiency. You can see that the land, are dry, are very dry, without raining for all the time. Yeah, so in this way, we have to give them what they need. Yeah, so we have to give them water, if in body. So what is the problem of having those office pain syndrome? And it's not only pain, actually. Yeah, you can see that if our bone structure is not good because of prolonged habits of dropping your neck for doing computer, and you can see that the cervical spine have a lordosis here, and then it's getting very straight, as you can see from the X-ray, and because in the our bone structure, the blood vessel and the nerve are going up hands in hands. So if you have those pain which caused by the compressing the nerve, you can see that the blood pressure, the point, was also compressed, so that less blood flow going to your brain, and which cause some maybe brain fog. Yeah. and your brain like you can't focus very well, and then and also it affects your concentration. And this is like a better spine, a better cervical. Like we have a curve here, but like if I'm wrong, like we lost the curvature here as. And then this is what we call anterior head syndrome. Anterior head syndrome, we have like some primary condition, we have muscular tension, spasm, and then like some maybe compressed disc, some impingement syndrome, like maybe shoulder impingement, and then like on the other hand, like because of those muscle spasm, the nerve being compressed, we have some secondary condition. Is you can see like some rotator cuff issues, and then like some tennis elbow maybe, and then you feel more fatigue, not enough blood flow going to your brain, some hearing difficulties because some nerve going to your ears, like you cause this herniation for like more and more. And then so after sitting for a very long time, is also not good for your back, especially your lower back, which supports your whole body weight. And then if you don't sit well, you can see a very the diagram on the left. You can see the red signal. You bend your curve like to compromise for your posture. So like the whole body balance is obsessed. And especially for that point, in Chinese, in TCM, we have a bell channel here, the bell meridian. This bell meridian is going through your body horizontally, and this bell meridian is very important to women, because women like the bell meridian is just we have for those menstruation and for giving birth to babies, and the bell meridians is serve very important functions. So like if you sit for a very long time, it also affect some gynecology disease. And also like you will see herniated disc, and this also account for the disease of like the back pain, the leg pain for many patients. And you can see that herniated disc is because of the like some bulging disc, and the disc compress the nerve. So what is posture? Posture is very important, as you can see, like many pain symptoms, like the office issues, is caused by a bad posture. So we have to know more about a posture, so that you can improve your working productivity, and also to secure your health and maintain like the stability and productivity. And then like there are two types of posture. One of them is a dynamic posture. Dynamic posture is account for like when you like hold your movement, when you are moving. You have to maintain a balance when you are moving. So when you go walking, running, you're bending, and to pick something, this is dynamic posture. And static posture, when you're not moving, you also have to hold your body up. So like this is static posture. You have to counteract the center like gravity. So posture is highly related to your health. It's not just about looking good. So it's also like a very key issue to long-term health. And for posture problem in long run, you can see like it misalign your musculoskeletal system and also decrease your flexibilities. You can bend very well, and it's increase your pressure on your spine, like making you more prone to injury and degeneration, and causing like different pain all over your body, and then it affect your balance. It's because your posture is not good, right? So like you will have like more risk towards falling down, especially for elderly. And then like it's also for posture problem is other than pain, you also bad for your digestion and breathing, like because they are all highly related. And so like when you are like in office or at your home, you can like find a wall to do a posture check. Your posture check, you can like just stand straight and press yourself towards the wall, and if that 5 point is in one line, it's a good posture. So like your ear, your shoulder, and your hip joint, knee joint, and your ankle should be in one line. Other than that, like it's not like very good alignment. And nowadays for people, they use phone very often, right? So like actually your head is a very heavy object. If you keep bending your head down to use the phone, for each 15 degrees, you added your pressure towards by your head. You can see the palms. Like for 10 and like some basic concept for 10 to 12 pounds is like it's like the weight of a bowling ball. And then like if you bend more like close to the front, you can up to 60 pounds. And this bowling ball as like your head, like is hold like by your neck, and your neck is a very tiny structure. So that's why many neck pain happens. And also when you sit like from the some advertisement, maybe they want you to like somehow advise, they all advise you to sit at 90 degrees, but like it's not a very good posture, because like there are some research in the past, like you can see that if you sit for 90 degrees, actually your back is bending, and to let you sit at this 90 degrees, but you lost your curvature at your back. So what degrees like is more that is better for sitting position is actually is like it's about like 130 degrees is better. If you sit a little bit higher to tilt your hip, and then like those do you see people do horse racing? Yeah, for those racer, yeah, this is a better position, so that if you do if you have a pad, you just lean yourself higher to stack up a bit, so that the blood circulation and everything will get better. So like I think like for like as I said from the beginning of my presentation, there are two parts in total pain management. First of all is effective treatment, and the other part is daily maintenance. For effective treatment, in Chinese medicine, we have some different kind of treatment that allow patient to use. And this is our diagnostic method, the 4 pillars, as I said before. Yeah, and then like we usually do acupuncture, acupuncture to relieve all the pain and all the pain syndrome, and then treat different diseases. And acupuncture is a process when you like insert a needle into a superficial structure of your body, like your skin, your subcutaneous tissue and muscles. And we use different acupoint, and we influence the flow of qi so that to help relieve the pain. And we also accompanied by Moxibustion to let the like body channels get more warm. And the other part, like we can like adopt in our treatment plan, we can use them like bone setting method or toner method. As like bone setting method is like we do some manipulation towards your bone, your muscle, your tendons, the connective tissues to alleviate your pain. And also like for toner, we toner and it's a form of massaging. Yeah. And then like we use different acupoint. We have we do the thumb pressing, rubbing, and help to make the tendon at those point which is pain to make it more soft, the tissues. And thirdly, we have fire cupping. It's a very good method and very clever method. We use fire. First of all, we use fire to use up all the oxygen in the cup and create a negative pressure that give the suction on your body part. We usually do it at your back, and then also we put some massage oil as well so that we can grind the cup, sliding cup, and you can see that some bruises, some dark circle may appear after your cup were placed. And you can see that some skin reaction after the fire cupping. If it is a very healthy body, like you can see that it's from a light wet, pale wet, red like appears at your body, but it's very severe stagnation. You can see the color is getting more darker. We call that is bruises, blood stagnation. Some of them, if their body constitute of very a lot of water dampness, you can see some blister as well, and that's reflect your body constitution after the fire cupping. And we also have a very a method called Tenjiu. It's a traditional treatment based for many years already. Like you have to. There are two main seasons which you do Tenjiu. It's in summer and also in winter time. And this therapy can enhance your yin and especially the yang qi in your body, so that we have some we make some medicine as a plasters and stick on your body during those some particular days in summer and in winter. And it's good, like the Tenjiu is good for asthma, for cough, and also some pain disease. And then like for daily maintenance, like I think for daily maintenance, posture is important. Like you can see like exercise more often as well. Like it's one of the way, and the other way is like you can use some tools to help yourself, right? Like you often have of a concept of ergonomics. Ergonomics is actually human focus, and which help to work in a healthy way. Like it has four goals, and it increase efficiencies at your work, improve your quality, and prevent injuries and illnesses, and improve your quality of work life. And there are 3 zones in ergonomic. One of them, like when you set up your working station, you can take care, like first of all, the primary zone should be something you frequently use. Like for example, your mouse, your keyboard, your phone, just put it on the primary zone. And the secondary zone, like it's an arm reach zone, less frequently used items. And the first zone will be like more seldom used item like the monitors, some plants, yeah. And then you have to design your working station. And 2020 rules, like when you look at your monitor for every 20 minutes, you have to look at an object 20 feet away and for a full 20 seconds. Like some easy things you can use apply to your daily working routine so that you can help relieve your alleviate your injury and relieve your pain. And also you can use some standing desk. The standing desk can you can sit stand alternatively, so that when you sit for like already like 20 minutes or 30 minutes, you can make it standing, use your standing posture to continue working. But it also, like, the standing desk can regulate your blood levels, prevent your back pain, and raise your productivity and enhance your efficiency and enhance your blood circulation too. And also, for the very last part, I can like share with you some very common acupoints that can help relieve your pain. So like we have to choose the right point. I have some, and also when you do the acupoint massage, you have to take note to these 3 different parts. One of them is the intensity. Like don't try with a more light intensity, and then like don't press too hard. And then the other time is for the time. It's like 3 to 5 minutes, and for the position, like you adopt different position, a sitting position or lying down. So like this one is 合谷穴. Like this LI4 is located at your next to your thumb. And this point is good for headache, and if you have like especially good for headache and tooth pain. And then if you have, and also for women, like the menstruation, menstrual pain is also good for that. Yeah. And then like the other one is the GB20. It's located at your back of your neck, and this GB20 is good when you like have very serious neck pain, shoulder pain, and headache and dizziness. This GB20 is good. It's good too. Like, but like be careful like when you test the GB20, because some very like important blood vessel is going through here. So don't press too hard at the beginning, and try to add your intensity step by step. And then like and the third one will be the EXUE7, and this is very good for when you for your lower back pain, and also neck pain as well. It's very sudden onset back pain and neck pain. Just press it. Where is it located? It's located at your the finger, like at your palm, and the 2/3 of your finger, and the 4th, 5, of your palm bones. And then like, so here is all of my presentation, and I want all of you to bear in mind that like if you do a total pain management, you have to have, if you have pain, you have to go for effective treatment, no matter it's like TCM or other therapists. And also you have to take more notes on daily maintenance as well. So like, thank you very much. Like everyone, have a good day.
Thank you, Dr. Ben. The last speaker today is Dr. Zhang Yun Huang. Her presentation is traditional Chinese medicine. Her presentation is essential acupoints for everyday wellness. Please welcome Dr. Huang.
Hello, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you so much. So could you see my slide now?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you so much. So, hello, friends from all over the globe. My name is Antiviral. I'm a licensed acupuncturist currently practicing in the United States. So advocating for TCM worldwide has always been my aspiration. So I feel really honored to be invited as one of the speakers of the second World TCM and Acupuncture Culture Week. So here's a little bit biography of me. I was born and raised in Hong Kong and then went to Hunan, China for medical school. I graduated with a bachelor majoring in clinical Chinese medicine and a master majoring in acupuncture and Tui Na. I practiced TCM in Hong Kong in both inpatient and outpatient settings for a few years, and then resided in Maryland to continue with the same career. Today, I'd love to share with you some essential acupoints for everyday wellness. So let's get started. For the upcoming 20-something minutes, things that I'm sharing are as follows. First, I'll introduce what acupoints are. Then I will explain why we have to stimulate them. And after that, it will be various methods of stimulation. And lastly, I will share with you 6 essential acupoints for everyday wellness. So what are acupoints? In short, acupoints are specific spots on the body. When we give enough stimulation on these spots, symptoms can be alleviated. That means if we work on the acupoints manually and intentionally, remedial effects can be generated and illnesses can be treated. So as you can see on the slide, there are many colorful dots on the figures. They are all acupoints. There are distinguished names for each point. So the picture on the right shows Chinese characters, while on the left side, there are combinations of alphabets and numbers. Such codes are from the standard acupuncture nomenclature published by the World Health Organization, which is used internationally. And you can also see there are many lines that connect all these dots. They are called meridians. So you may ask, what are meridians? Well, according to historic records, acupoints were discovered thousands of years ago. As time went by, people found that the points were not just random points. They're actually connected to one another, making up various pathways. And some life energy we call qi flows in it. After lots of investigations, our ancestors finally concluded that in our body, there are 14 main channels, along with some other collaterals that make up the whole system. So we call this the meridian system. Because meridians are something we cannot see, it might be a little bit difficult to explain. To understand and visualize meridians and acupoints in a modern way, I always explain it by relating the meridian system to the metro system. So you can see the map on the left is actually the metro system of the Washington, D.C., while the picture on the right is the meridian system of human body. There are many different lines in the metro system, and there are many stations along the lines, right? As for human body, it's the same. There are many different meridians, and on each meridian, there are many acupoints. Some metro lines intersect with each other, sharing the same station. So does the human body meridians work. Some meridians share the same acupoint too. That's the middle picture I'm showing here right now. For metro, there are differences in depths or altitudes along the lines, and it's the same for meridians. Some acupoints are closer to the skin, while some goes deeper into the organs. Talking about scientific studies. Well, meridian theory is one of the core components of TCM. But if we don't understand how the meridian works, it's really hard to understand how TCM works. Although the meridian system has been utilized for thousands of years, scientific studies looking for actual existence of meridians started just around 70 years ago. As more electrical appliances were invented, scientists have been utilizing apparatus such as ultrasound, functional MRI, PET scan for acupuncture research. They try to understand the meridian system by comparing it to the blood vessel system, nervous system, body fluid flow, electric impedance, sound vibration and conductance, electromagnetic field, migration of isotopes along meridians, or even trying to look for some new anatomical structures. Then in 2000, a breakthrough appeared when researchers discovered and named it low hydraulic resistant channel. This opened the door for a full understanding of the essence of meridian and its works on the therapies of TCM. And then in 2002, a computerized tool called digital meridian imaging was invented to analyze and document the energetic status of the acupuncture meridians. Current important findings in 2021 show that meridians may actually exist because a special path different from any anatomical structure appears after injecting some special dyes into an acupoint. This is really a breakthrough. So I hope such information would give all of you more reassurance on the existence of meridians. So why do we stimulate acupoints? Well, the reason is really simple. We wanted to keep ourselves healthy, right? So TCM emphasizes on balancing yin and yang. Yin and yang are complementary forces that interact to form a dynamic system. If yin and yang are balanced, we are in a physically and mentally healthy state. If not, we're either physically not healthy or mentally not healthy, or both. Stimulating acupoints correctly helps regulating yin-yang balance and strengthen the flow of qi through the body. It also harmonizes internal organs and improves circulation. Thus, in turn, we are able to be healed physically and mentally. So how do we stimulate acupoints? We can stimulate acupoints in many ways. Some common methods are as follows. First, acupuncture. Acupuncture means putting needles into the acupoints by a licensed acupuncturist. There are actually many other practitioners that can use acupuncture. So far, as I understand, some dentists, medical doctors, or some nurse practitioners, or some physical therapists, they are eligible to practice acupuncture in the United States. So far, as long as you have the license and as long as you have the education, you can practice acupuncture. The second thing is Moxibustion. Moxibustion means burning moxa on the desired acupoints to break the blockage in the meridians. What is moxa? Moxa is actually a cone or stick made of ground mugwort leaves. The third one is cupping. Cupping means putting special cups on the skin to create suction. The cups could be made of glass, it could be made of bamboo, it could be made of plastic. For my personal experience, I prefer the glass more than the other cuppings. So it's especially effective to help relieve pain and increase blood flow in a local area. The fourth one is massage. Well, I don't think I need to elaborate too much. I guess all of us have been massaged in some ways in our lives. But today, I would really love to share with you some nice acupoints for massage for even better effects. This is the one we want to talk about today. So, self-administered acupoints massage. Massaging acupoints are so good in a way that we can do it anytime, anywhere, and doesn't spend us a penny. All we need is our fingers and might be a little bit of food afterwards to replenish our energy. Yet, it is really, really effective if we massage the right points with the right way. So what are some essential acupoints that we can massage every day? Today, I'm going to introduce you 6 points which are easy to be remembered, located, and administered. 2 of them are at the head, 2 of them are at the upper limbs, 2 at the lower limbs, and they are all very important for general health maintenance. Even if you don't suffer from any health issues, massage them on a regular basis helps protecting your immunity. So the first acupoint I want to show you is Bai Hui. As you can see in the picture, it's very easy to locate it. It's at the top of the head on the midline, midpoint of the connecting line between the apexes of the 2 ears. So you can simply glide your fingers from the tip of your ears, that's here, and to the top of your head, which is right in the middle of your head, and you're done finding it. So this is a point very good for headache or dizziness due to hypertension or hypotension. Studies show that Bai Hui has the ability of carrying out two-way blood pressure regulation. And this point is also very good at restoring energy due to mental fatigue. So how to massage Bai Hui in the best way? Actually, we don't really have a standard to massage this point, because simply you use any of your fingers which you feel comfortable and you massage it in a circular basis. And then here you go. If you feel that there's some tenderness or some pressure, then you're doing it the right way. But please don't punch it in a way that will hurt your head. This is not good, okay? And one thing to note is that massaging Bai Hui is not suitable for people who has open fontanelle. Who has open fontanelle? Like infants who are less than a year old, and for patients who has fontanelle closing problems, and for those who have cranial fracture, which is fresh cranial fracture, and for those people who had cranial surgery. Because massaging Bai Hui in this situation may hurt their brains. The second acupoint is called Jingming. Jingming is the first point of the bladder meridian. It's also very easy to find. So basically, if you use your fingertips and press the inner canvas, you will feel tender and some pressure. Okay, let me show you like this. And then you can massage it in a circular motion. And here you go. That's the massage of Jingming. So for most of us, we are using computers and phones all the time. If you're sitting in the office using the computer for a whole day, you feel that you have some vision problems. You may have some eye fatigue issues. And if you use the phone for too long and you stay up late, you may have dark circles, and you may even have some headache due to tension and etc. So this is a very good point for restoring your eye health. So the third acupoint I'm going to show you is 内关. So this is a very useful acupoint, especially for stomach problems. So let's locate it first. First, we have to make a fist and let our tendons show like this. So we make a really tight wrist like this. I don't know if you can show this like this. So we can see that there are two tendons coming out. As we glide along, we can feel that there's a depression here. All right. So after we find the two tendons, we come back and use our free fingers, put it right under the wrist crease. All right. So this is how we locate the 内关. After the free fingers putting on the wrist, and then this is the point where 内关 is. So we can just use our index finger to massage it. Maybe not in a circular motion, but in a back and forth motion, so that we can massage it deeper and deeper until you feel tenderness or pressure. So this point is very good for motion sickness, nausea and vomiting, and upset stomach. It is also very good for carpal tunnel syndrome, because patients with carpal tunnel syndrome, they will have discomfort in the wrist, and they will have a numbness on their wrist. So massaging 内关 is very effective for them. One thing to notice is also very suitable for morning sickness during pregnancy. This is a very safe point for pregnancy too. So if you are a patient suffering from morning sickness, you can always massage this point. Another thing I would like to share you is that there are wristbands available. It's quite popular in the USA because I can see it in the pharmacy stores and in the airports. So the Americans would say is drug-free, there's no side effects, and the wristband is latex-free. It can be used in anytime and is used in hospital and effective. So Neiguan is, a kind of popular acupoints in the Western world already. So the fourth acupoint is Hegu. Our previous acupuncturist already showed us Hegu is. So let me just do a little bit repetition. So it's basically on the back of our hand between the base of the thumb and our index finger, which is closer to the midpoint of the second metacarpal bone. Metacarpal bone means the second finger, the index finger, the bone that is just down to the middle to the index finger. So it's closer to the metacarpal bone instead of the thumb. Okay, so it's not the first metacarpal bone, it's the second metacarpal bone. So just press here and you can feel some tenderness and pressure. So as you can see from the slide, a person is doing the massaging the Hegu in the right way. So is a point that is good for flu-induced headache, is for facial pain, sinusitis, toothache, constipation, etc. People may ask, why is it effective for constipation too? Well, simply because Hegu is a point located on the large intestine. That's why it is also good for constipation. Also, it's different from Neiguan because, well, actually, I would like to say it's not really suitable for pregnancy women because it may induce labor. So we have to use Hegu very carefully, especially if you are pregnant or if you may become pregnant. It's also a very popular acupoint in the USA because I remember I have seen some clips for sale in the pharmacy here in the USA. They say you can simply click the apparatus here to generate a pain relieving effect. But I really think that is not really necessary because we can simply use our fingers to do that. So the fifth acupoint I'm sharing is Zhusanli. Zhusanli is the 36th point on the stomach meridian. It's on the upper shin. It's 4 finger breaths below the kneecap and 1 finger breath lateral to the shin bone crest. Many people cannot find Zhusanli in the right way. So I'm going to explain it a little bit here. So there are actually 2 ways to locate Zhusanli. The first way is to locate it with your 4 finger breaths. So for the picture on the left side, you can see the patient, the person is placing his 4 fingers just below the kneecap, okay? And then it's 1 finger breath lateral to the shin bone. Some people may do it like a little bit wider than expected, and it's not the right point, okay? This should be just 1 finger breath, which is very close to the tibial bone. And the second way to find Zhusanli is to put your whole palm just right to your kneecap, to your right of your kneecap, and on the left kneecap, it should be on your left side. So use your left hand for the left Zhusanli and use your right hand for your right Zhusanli. This method is also quite easy to find Zhusanli, but the problem is you may easily be a little bit further out to the tibial bone. So I don't really recommend the right hand side method. And this is a very, very, very important point for longevity. People in the ancient days, people would do Moxibustion on the Zhusanli area, and then they say this is good for longevity. So this is a very good point for gastrointestinal issues, fatigue, and general wellness. So the last acupoint that I would love to share with you is Tai Chong, which is located on the liver meridian, the third acupoint of the liver meridian. So it's on the back of the feet, between the tendons of the big toe and second toe, just distal to the junction of the first and second metatarsals. Tai Chong is actually very tender for many people because for most of the people nowadays, they suffer from all kinds of depression and some nervous stagnation. So massaging Tai Chong is a very nice way to help with releasing your stress and your anxiety and depression. During the pandemic time, I've seen too many patients. They have different kinds of anxieties and depression issues simply because they are, there are less opportunities for them to go out and have fun. And some elderly people just didn't have the opportunity to see their sons and daughters and their grandchildren. And this makes them have some mental issues. So for many people, I would introduce them the acupoint Tai Chong to help alleviate the liver stagnation issues. So this is also a very good point for menstruation discomfort because females, the liver meridian is very important for females because the liver contains the blood and the blood is very important in female. So massaging the Tai Chong can help alleviate the liver stagnation and will help the menstruation problem. It's also a very important point for hypertension because some of the patients with hypertension, they have different kinds of liver fire in their body. So massaging Tai Chong is also a way to clear the liver heat from their body. So that's all I want to share with you today. And thank you so much for listening. And I hope you all have a great summer. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Huang. Thank you for your presentation. And big thanks to all the guest speakers presenting today. Thank you for the informative and valuable presentations. I would also like to thank the friends tuning in to watch today's live stream. Thank you all for participating this year's 2022 World TCM Acupuncture Week. We conclude our presentation for today, July 24th. Tomorrow, we will have the presentations in Mandarin sessions starting at 10 o'clock in the morning, Vancouver local time. We will see you again tomorrow. Bye now.